And
Mm-hmm.
here we are live. Welcome to Ven and Jenny, everyone else who will be joining us as time goes on. As always, a big thank you to Team Rewatch. Much appreciated. And today I am joined by Nicole Brona. Now, do I say Brona correctly?
Yes, it's
Yay!
correct. Yeah, like Brona. Nah, Brona. Yeah.
See, I'm always hyper aware of saying things properly because
Mm-hmm.
growing up, my name is Hungarian and
Mm.
my last name, and I have heard that mispronounced so many times. I'm like, don't even say it. Don't even say
Mm-hmm.
it.
Yeah.
But it's always hard, especially on screen, because like you don't know. So we pronounce it
Mm-hmm.
as best we can, but it's always
Yeah.
lovely when we can check and go, "Hey, is this right?" Because
Mm-hmm.
sometimes even when you see people's handles and stuff, it's like, "Oh, I don't know how to say that." I'll just wave
Yeah.
and say hi. It's
Hello, someone. I know you deeply, but not how to pronounce your name. It's
yeah.
okay. I watch you every day, but sorry. That's the vibe.
Yes. Well, and sometimes I'll even go to a channel if it's an author I don't know or something, and I'm like, please say their name so I can not say
Mm-hmm.
this wrong when I go back and do my video on it. Because, well, there was one, uh, it was called The Priority List, and
Mm.
he was a teacher, had been diagnosed with brain cancer,
Mm.
decided he wasn't going to do the treatment, instead reached out to all his former pupils that he made connections with on Facebook, stayed in touch with, and traveled America for the
Mm.
last days of his life. He just went and
Yeah.
reconnected, wanted to know he'd made a difference in the world, and that's what his book was about, is setting up your own priorities and your own
Mm.
choices. And because he had that end date, so to speak, of course your priorities, because it's coming,
Yeah.
were different versus some of us who, yeah, I could get smacked by a bus tomorrow, who knows, right? But so priorities are always important. They just shift
Yeah.
really fast depending
Mm.
on your life.
Yeah.
But Nicole, before we get to Obsidian Murders, which I absolutely
Mm.
loved, I did want to ask about the two different names because you have
Oh.
both
Mhm.
on your channel. So,
Mhm.
and you published as both of those names?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So the Nicole Brona is just for urban fantasy. And
Okay.
then Nicole Pierman is all the other genres. So I have one historical fiction and two historical fantasies, and then I have four chapbooks under Nicole Pierman.
Oh,
Um,
cool. So why
yeah.
the difference?
There is little to no readership crossover from urban fantasy to any of the other genres, and it would confuse the Amazon algorithm to have them all under one name. It's not smart enough yet.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so the algorithm on Amazon knows some things, but it would be very confused, and then it would stop showing my books altogether because urban fantasy is so different with a different readership than poetry, historical fiction, and even historical fantasy. So I
No,
separated
okay.
them. Yeah, so I separated just, for the algorithm and also, yeah, for the readership, um, for specifically Nicole Brona. If they find the urban fantasy name, then like they usually stick for
Yeah.
sometimes they'll go over. Um, But if you know me from basically anywhere else, it's Nicole Purin, and I have a lot of readership throughout.
Yeah.
But just the urban fantasy fans want urban fantasy. They don't want other stuff. So there's that whole conundrum. But
Wow,
I don't
I
hide
had
it.
no idea.
Yeah, so I don't hide it whatsoever. It's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
I run Amazon ads, for example, and the urban fantasy is the most popular out of all the books that I run ads to, and you can't track it
Mm,
necessarily, but not really organic. The sales that I get through Amazon ads that are from urban fantasy, I don't see, um, and it could happen, of course, but I don't see crossover like when someone leaves a review, they're not going over to Nicole Pierman. They're just staying at Nicole Brona. But Nicole Pierman, it's back and forth. Um, and I
ah.
think that's really because Nicole Pierman has been around for all my life, but I've been on I've been on BookTube for 7 years. They know Nicole Pierman / Nicole's Bookish Nook, and
Yeah,
then um, so then people that find me other than on Amazon ads, they're coming usually from YouTube, and then they're branching out, and then it's, oh, I will read whatever she writes that interests me.
yeah.
So that's why I don't hide it. But there's just not a lot of crossover for urban fantasy and all my other stuff. And I don't want to have an uphill battle with Amazon's algorithm not showing at all under one name because it's confuzzled.
Yeah. Well, so I'm glad I asked because I had no idea. And I wonder, is that why I couldn't find Danu's Curse?
Yeah, that's under Nicole Pierman. Hmm.
Because
Yeah.
I did a search and I'm like, wait a minute, how is this not on Amazon when I found books for
Hmm.
the rest?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now I can find that on Amazon. Now, first, because Ven's the same. It's really interesting. Never considered the algorithm because, of course, we all know, well, we know YouTube has one. We just don't know how the hell it works.
No.
Um, and explains a few authors that he also follows because
Hmm.
that hasn't come up in my conversations with Margaret, although I think she pretty much writes historical fiction. And then I
Yeah.
just had Chaz on, Bookish Chaz, and I think his are just under one name, but
Yeah.
his may also be pretty much one
Hmm.
genre. So that's fascinating to know because, yeah, I tried to find Danu's Curse because I know Margaret's reading it for Celtophile, which we'll
Hmm.
talk about in a bit. But I'm like, well, why can't I find Nicole's
Oh,
book here? Perfect. So now I know where to
yeah.
find that. Then we've got Jenny. Ooh, have Obsidian Murders on my Kindle, along with Jenny's 4,000 other books. Everything else still in my Amazon wish list. I have one of those. And by the way, no,
Hmm.
I'm not getting rid of Amazon because this whole
Hmm.
boycott, knee jerk reactions to
Yeah.
everything. But I'm staying with Amazon because we have our little Amazon Canada over here. But
Hmm.
here's what I noticed. When I ordered your book and Kat's cookbook, Ginger
Hmm.
Bibliophile, and I think Margaret's book, and I know Charles for sure, they're all printed here in Ontario, the province where I live.
Oh.
So
Mm.
not only am I
Yeah.
supporting authors who I love in America, I'm supporting Canadians printing the book, Canadians
Hmm.
delivering the book, and you know what? You got to look at that whole big dealio before you just go, I'm not supporting that company. Plus,
Right.
because up here we have Indigo. I think that's comparable to your Barnes and Noble down there, the
Mhm.
big bookstores. I looked for a book on Indigo recently, $46.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
that's my little caring tree book. I mean, it's little, okay?
Um, mm.
Amazon, $10. Yeah, Amazon. Anyone wants to buy it,
Mhm.
go to Amazon.
Yeah.
Not don't be paying $46. That's just nuts.
Yeah.
But so it's that whole bigger concept as
Mhm.
well. Hey, cat. Yes, the little chaos gremlins are all
Mhm.
here. Thus my dragon mom name because they've named me their dragon mom.
We love to see it.
It's too funny. I went from book murder, which I still am. I've got lots of colors, lots of annotating. Um, but now I've become the dragon mom. But yeah, so I'm so glad I asked that because I had no idea with Amazon that it happened like that because I thought, yeah, this is bizarre. I know it's Nicole's book. Why wouldn't
Mhm.
this come up? So I'm so glad I had that
Yeah.
first question. So
Yeah.
also leading up with that, where can people find your books besides Amazon? I know you always have a link under your videos, and I'm pretty sure everyone here already knows Nicole's Bookish Nook, but where
Mhm.
else do they find you?
Yeah, my books are just only on Amazon right now. Going wide is a huge, I think it's a huge decision,
Mm,
especially for specific genres that are Kindle Unlimited heavy, and that would be urban fantasy. And how you determine that as an indie writer is you go on the top 100 um, bestsellers, and you basically you got to look at how many are in Kindle Unlimited versus not. And if the majority of the books that are indie that are or are not in Kindle Unlimited, that would show that it is a Kindle Unlimited heavy genre, and you will
mm,
absolutely lose money if you're not a big seller if you take it out of Kindle Unlimited. So at the moment, urban fantasy is very Kindle Unlimited heavy, so I would lose money. I
mm.
actually get page reads for my urban fantasy books every day, and just imagine I take that out. Okay, well then, bye bye. Bye bye
Well,
royalty.
well,
Um,
and there's so much to consider, right? And a friend of mine actually just finished her first novel. I have no idea what it's about or how
mm,
big it is. She just told me she's finally, excuse me, got it done. And I knew she's been working on it. And I said to her, you need to go to Nicole's Bookish Nook and Margaret's channel and Chaz's channel. Gareth doesn't talk so much about the publishing
mm,
end, but I know the three of you have shared about some of your experiences. So I'm like, go watch these people, and
mm,
that way you can figure it out. I mean, it will probably be a bit different between Canada and the US in the process, but at least it gives her an idea of some of the things all of you have been through in terms of trying to get published. And
mm.
someday I'll ask her what she wrote and if I get to see it, but
Yeah.
for now, and I just want to say hello to Elise and welcome. And yeah,
Hello.
a big decision. And again, this is the great thing about talking to authors and having a chance to ask these questions because there's so much that as the average reader, I have no idea what it takes. I mean, I
Hmm.
know the hours, and I'm still going with machines are not authors, so we're not doing the AI writes a book.
Hmm.
Authors are my heroes. Authors spend a lot of time on what they do in their craft so that folks like me have something to read. And yeah, as a reader, we really don't know all the, like,
Mm.
even just this part about Amazon, right? Is
Yeah,
new.
it's yeah, it's its whole beast, and then you have to add on other um, websites and all that fun stuff if you go wide. So you're not just dealing with Amazon, you could be dealing with Draft to Digital, Ingram Sparks, Kobo, Google Books, Apple Books. Like it's
Huge.
too much. I knew
Yep.
that I was like, I don't have the time or energy or even patience at this point to try and go wide. I'm not that big to do that anyway. And even the big, like, let's just go for the urban fantasy. Even the big urban fantasy authors that have pulled out of Kindle Unlimited, a lot have gone back because they lost their income. Like it dropped
Mm,
dramatically. Even they hit the top 5 bestsellers list every single time they publish a book, and they lost money. I'm not taking it out. Like I can't do that.
wow.
Um, and there's like a couple that have made it, but they do double and sometimes triple the marketing work. Um, so I have a full-time job.
Yeah.
I don't have that. I can't double or triple what I'm already doing as well. So it's just going wide is a lot of work. Um, so I'm just on Amazon for my books, but I'm also like me personally, I'm on YouTube, Goodreads, and Facebook. And it's a lot as an author. There's a fear of missing out, but I think um, you can only do so much as a person. And
Yep.
so what are your top 3 favorite social media outlets? And then you do those top 3 the best to your ability. And versus 8 different platforms? No, come on. I tried that and I was deceased.
Well, and
You
just to
can't.
try
Yeah.
and, like you say, keep up with it, I just want to first, hey, Jen, welcome. Um, just trying to keep up with it. Like, I can't even imagine trying to keep up with all that social media, like you say, work full time and produce content for your YouTube channel, write a book, and hello, spend some time with your hubby and
Yeah.
life.
Yes.
Like I don't know how some people do it. And I was actually talking with Ven about this the other day because I'm on YouTube. I have Voxer, which is
Mm,
fun to connect with people and hear their voices and that as well. And Goodreads, and I just started Storygraph. But I'll be honest, Goodreads and Storygraph, I basically pop in
mhm.
to keep track of my books. And I'm so behind on watching YouTube videos. I'm like, how do people manage all this social media? Like it
Yeah.
just blows my mind.
Mhm.
Of
Yeah.
I don't live on my phone half the time. I can't tell you where it is. Thus, I miss most of the kid pics, even though I get lots of the little cuckoos.
Mhm.
But I'm like, no, I don't want it beeping and buzzing and feel like I'm living in a video game all day
Yeah.
long. That would drive me over the edge.
Mhm. Yeah, I have my notifications turned off. So I also watch, well no, I don't really watch. I listen as I do stuff. And so that's why like I have watched your stuff and I've liked it. Yes, but I'm like if I'm cleaning, I'm not really gonna comment. And then the stuff that I do comment, like it's like in the beginning, and then I'm like, "Oh, well then like the rest of the video I'm listening but I'm cleaning or doing laundry whatever
Yep.
or like it's at the very end because I'm like oh I'm done with my thing. But so, like I try and not feel bad that I don't comment as much because I can only do so much, but I am watching. I am
you.
liking and I'm watching people. I swear.
Hey, the
Yeah.
light helps. And I mean, I do the same. I think I'm going to get more into having it in the background, especially as I'm getting into some different projects and things. I can set up my little iPad. Tiki won't knock it over, maybe. Um, no guarantee she gets into everything.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and see, my comments tend to be long because I have my set aside hours in the evening, and that's my booktube YouTube time. And
Mhm.
I head in, I hit the like, I start the video, I start with my hi, whoever I'm watching, because I actually put this in my post today. To me, comments are like email, text, or snail mail.
Mhm.
Writing to somebody. And so as I watch their video, because I don't always guarantee I'm going to remember everything, that's
Mhm.
why my comments get long because oh yeah, I read that book, or oh yeah, I love that artist. And so mine are long because I'm commenting as I'm watching the
Yeah.
video. But sometimes, especially if I'm way behind, I'm like catching up. It's like
Mhm.
watch, like
Yeah.
watch, because it's like, no, I need to catch up.
Mhm.
But and speaking of catching up with comments, Jenny has a great question. Were you nervous when you released your first book?
No, I actually technically my first chat book, Alpha Beta Poetry, was published in 2014. And then I had a
Nice.
huge, yeah, so I don't remember that time. I have a bad memory. Um, but I
That's why
wasn't
I
nervous.
journal.
Yeah. That's why like I don't think I was that nervous because I didn't really tell anyone. So that helps, right?
There you
Um,
go. Less
and then there
pressure.
was yeah, and then I had a huge break because I went to college and you know, was in like hardcore therapy for a long time. So publishing was not really a thing. And then I got on Wattpad. Yes, Wattpad. But I was in the I was not in the romance fan fiction section of Wattpad. I was doing historical fiction writing, so that it wasn't uh, no, it was dramatic. I had all four of my chat books on Wattpad, and three books up, and then my first ever novel, A Patriot's Tale, won the historical fiction 2020 Waddy out of thousands of people.
Nice.
Um, yeah, and then Wattpad imploded, and I was like, no. And
Mm,
that was the time where like it was just bizarre. I was also on Twitter, um, just the drama that happened on Wattpad that went over to Twitter and vice versa. Like people
mm.
were dogpiling you and like trying to dox you and stuff, and I'm just like, y'all suck. This isn't about writing anymore. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Maybe if you all wrote instead of attacking all the other writers, you would be somewhere.
Keyboard warrior
Yeah.
journal. People
Yep.
need this. Step away. Don't make a video. Don't
Yes.
leave a post.
Yes.
Write it and shred it.
Yeah. So I just got tired, and then also like they
Oh,
wanted they, we had like as a I was also a Wattpad star, so like there were like about 600 writers on Wattpad out of like thousands and thousands that like were part of the content creation program, whatever. But we had a contract, but we were paid nothing.
ugh.
So why am I doing this? I'm not doing free labor anymore. Okay, I'm just
Yeah.
kidding.
Well, and
I'm good.
especially
I'm so
if you've
good.
got people attacking you, I mean,
Yeah.
ugh.
Yeah, so it was like other Wattpad content creators in that program going after one another. And it's like, people read more than one book. Okay.
Yeah.
There, like, the competition issue was way too much for me.
Mm,
I just wanted to like support people and help people, but then that was not what it was there. So I said nothing. I pulled all of it down. I deleted Twitter and Wattpad and Instagram at the same time, and I had just a couple of friends that I still talk to, but my friend V, I was like, yeah, if people come uh, to you to ask about me, like, could you tell me who it is? And she said, oh yeah, absolutely. And like 90% of them just wanted the tea. Where did she go? What happened? Why did she do
mm,
that? Why is it? And then like the 10% was like they actually cared, as in they
yeah.
were concerned. And so I told my friend, I was like, for the 90% of people that just want the tea, the drama,
Yeah.
say that I'm fine. That's it. And yep. They didn't ask if I was okay. They didn't ask what if, anything like that. Yeah, I see that. Okay, bye-bye. So
Yep.
then I slowly but surely learned about self-publishing and then published all those books. And then I got into urban fantasy in 2023. When did I publish Obsidian Murders? I think it was 2023. Yeah, it was about that.
Yeah. And that actually, so that answers Kat's question, what got you into writing? Well, partly, what got you into writing urban fantasy?
I grew up on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and that's
Nice.
peak urban fantasy. Um, and that's kind of besides Joss, he sucks, but we're not. I think um, I think John from the Mended Light YouTube channel said it best because he's a licensed therapist and he's doing a series on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And his first
Oh,
video was like, Joss only wrote, I think he said like 7 or 8 episodes, and there's 7 seasons, so it's not a lot. There are a lot of writers. Not even like Joss is like itty bitty counts. So many writers and producers created Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So it's not just him, it's a collective of many, many people that were amazing, and a lot of them are still amazing, like Jane Epperson, who went on to do Girls.
okay.
Um,
Yep.
yeah. So um, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, besides Joss's weirdness, that's the epitome of urban fantasy, and that's what I live up to. I've always, gone for what would Buffy do?
There you go.
Yeah. So, and then I think it was a bit easy for me for the urban fantasy because I've said it before a couple of times, but I grew up neo-pagan, also surrounded by Wiccans. That's what they believe. That's what I believed for 26 years. So I'm
Yep.
not really even making anything up. I am picking and choosing what belief system because it's going to be different. Like there's a general um belief of such and such things and kind of how you set things up and what not to do, right? But then if you get down to the nitty gritty of it, some people will believe like Welsh folklore.
Yep.
Some will do more Germanic or Norse for their pagan rituals and all that stuff. So it depends, but um, generally what you see as um, like neo-paganism and Wicca, it would be the same, like in my urban fantasy books. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that. I mean, I was born Roman Catholic and then just switched to earth. I just call
Hmm.
it spirituality. Like, I don't even have a name for it anymore. For a while I did, and then I'm like, nah, I just do my thing and focus on,
Hmm.
I guess, Greencraft is the
Yeah.
closest name that would come to it. Because like you say, there's the Celtic, the Norse, some have Egyptian. There's just so
Mhm.
many um, different paths to follow. What I find funny in a ironic kind of way is here's Harry Potter, the school of wizards and witches, which really didn't have witches. But I read Marked by PC and Kristen Cast, a mother and
Mm.
daughter team, a school of vampires that do pagan rituals, like the colors, the
Mm.
circle cast. I'm like, wait a minute now. That
Yeah.
this is us backwards, right? I'm
Yeah.
reading vampires who follow pagan ways. So that was kind of humorous. But yeah, I can see with the urban fantasy and tying a lot of that in. And we'll get into some specifics with that
Mhm.
too. I just want to catch up. There were a few comments that this is the part that I find so hard is keeping up with comments and keeping
Yeah.
up with the guest as well. So Eloise, hello Eloise.
Eloise?
I listen to YouTube all the time when I write.
Mhm.
Bookish Nooks, one of my faves, which is awesome. Barely keep up with YouTube. Don't even have a lot of folks to keep up
Mhm.
with. Yeah, you do. You just passed 800 subs. Come on.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
half, I'm at 400 and we've both been on BookTube the same time. I got to do me some belly dancing or something maybe. How folks do multiple, yeah, I say, I'm the same. I don't Ven's also behind, watching now while taking notes for classes. And that's it, right? It's that
Mhm.
multitasking, which I think is great. And yeah, it's funny, except for reading, and that's like I'm in the book, and that's why I like me my
Physical.
book in hand. It's my
Mhm.
physical. The world's going away now,
Yep.
unless I have a cat moving it. But
Mhm.
and I am kind of trying out ebooks. I've had a couple authors send me ebooks, and it
Mhm.
makes sense. I mean, shipping costs, whatnot, are
Yep.
insane. I've tried audio, but my mind, it just doesn't happen. Even when I
Yeah.
crank it up, and I do crank it up, it's nope, it's just not the same
Right.
experience. But yeah, multitasking, I'm a big one for that, unless I'm reading book in hand. Love tap the like button. Thank you. Do the same, write comments as the video goes. The book thing. Hello and
Hello,
welcome.
Mark.
And a yay,
Yeah,
Buffy.
Buffy. Woo. There's just a lot of Buffy love. Y'all know what I'm talking about. That's
Yeah.
peak urban fantasy right there.
Spike. Yeah, Spike James Marston or Marster. There's two that are the
Marsters.
same. Thank you.
James Marston. Mhm.
The first time I heard him in an interview, I almost fell out. I'm like, wait, what? Where's the accent?
He's
Like,
so great. Mhm.
it was never once in all those years would I have guessed, because I didn't look him up on IMDb, I would
Mhm.
never have guessed that he was American and didn't talk like that all the time. Like, that's just phenomenal. But yeah,
Yeah.
Supernatural took over as my fave after Buffy was no more. Definitely scratches the itch. Yeah,
Mhm.
I love me my Supernatural. I've seen it a few times. And actually, Jared came over from Gilmore Girls, which I'd never
Mhm.
seen. And there's probably actors kicking themselves because Jared and Jensen were the only two who went to
Yeah.
audition for the
Oh.
roles. And
What?
15 years, and then
Yeah.
as they were touring and meeting with their fans all the time in between, produced,
Mhm.
was it 24, 25 episodes a season, which just so you know, people of streaming, that is a season, not these little 8 episodes. And I only knew about the writer strike because there was a video popped up on my home feed, but I'm like, well, folks, your days of being Jim Parsons making 20 million a year just went out the window once you all hop on to streaming, because 8 episodes ain't happening.
No.
But yes, I love me Miss Supernatural. Might be time to visit the boys again, but right now I'm partway through Farscape, and I'm actually watching less TV and reading more, so it'll take a while. Charmed an Angel. Now, I watched a few Angel, but nah, I liked the Buffy.
Yeah, my brother loves Angel. He actually has a signed picture of David
Ooh.
Boreanaz. Boreanaz, yeah, I think I pronounced that last name
Yeah.
wrong. But I'm forever Spike. So
Exactly.
we would debate, and then my brother said something along the lines of like, Angel is emotionally broody, and I like that, and then you like the bad boy, and I'm like, yeah, okay, well, I'm just saying, Josh, I'm just saying that Spike could love even without a soul, and then when Angel comes in without a soul, okay, who's the better man? It's gonna be Spike. Thank you, thank you. You can have Angel. I'm not dealing with him. Also, like, if you go into the comics, Angel is a piece of crap. I always knew he was.
Well, see,
Not
and
gonna spoil.
I liked Firefly, and he totally messed that up. Like that could and should have kept going. Firefly was good, and not just because of Nathan Fillion and the other actors and actresses in it. I mean, there was potential there. It was so different, the Wild West out in space, and you knew what were they called, the Reavers. I mean, you knew it was humans screwing things up that created them. Like, they weren't aliens; they were just over the edge. But yes, I've heard many things about Mr. Josh, and very few of them good, actually, even in terms of people who worked on the show. I didn't really watch Charmed. Apparently, Jenny as well as Kat did. Now, see, this is why I say there's very few original thoughts in Hollywood or much of the industry, because so much of it's remade. It's like, come up with something new. I dare ya. Haven't even spammed yes, and I appreciate that so that I can get through, because Jenny and Kat have this fun of seeing how many comments they can throw in, and they do it to Dave and Gareth as well over on Is This Thing On?
Yeah.
And trying to keep up, and it's like, I can't do it, and they'll do like one letter at a time to spell out a word. So yes, I appreciate it. See, I should put Dragon Mom up there more often. Mom will like leave a comment to behave if you misbehave. Barely any come back, ditched the tank tops, and lost 60 returning viewers in a week. Oh, uh-oh. They were coming for the tank tops, were they? They may not be the viewers you wanted anyway, hon.
Yeah.
Season 4. See, I maybe watched season 1.
It was so bad.
And then I was done with it. Yep, Firefly, so many nods. Main character, every Halloween episode dogged him. Love Firefly, still not forgiven the studio. Yeah, I agree, because it was an interesting collection. Ooh, collector's DVD set. Nice. Hey, I'm caught up with the comments. Woohoo! Okay, so Obsidian Murders. Not going to give spoilers. I loved it. It was vampires, ghosts. The one I will mention is I thought it was hysterical that this is all about a candy smuggling ring. I mean, that was hilarious. And I mean, we've got creepy monsters, but there were so many laugh out loud moments. It was just it was just fun. And
Hmm.
yes, because I've been thinking about, and I noticed in one of your videos, you said too, you couldn't remember where we met. And I was thinking, how did I find out about Nicole? And I think it was your spooky, scary skeleton Halloween event, is when I first heard about you from another channel and then came over.
Mm.
So, yes, I am wearing my
Oh, yeah.
back Nightmare Before
Yes.
coffee. And I have to admit, a coffee shop and all the coffee comments, I'm like, Tessa must be Nicole. Because I know from your posts and things you're saying about your love of coffee. But it was just such a fun read. So, how many books are in the series? And where are we going with because this is my only experience. Yes, I
Mhm.
do have them on my Amazon wish list. Anyone wants to help a girl out, it's visible. But how many books and where's Tessa going? I love the story
Mhm.
of her, wanting to work in a certain field and then it completely turns around so she gets her wish, but not the
Mhm.
way she was thinking about it.
Yeah, so there are 6 books planned, and then 3 are published, but I can go on because this is it fulfills the urban fantasy expectations and the mystery expectations. So it's a urban fantasy mystery. Um, and with mysteries, it's really about the plot and of course, figuring out the mystery and putting the the bad guy uh, in, well, jail, kind of bring him to justice in some form or another. So there's not it's not like my standalones where, yeah, that is a bit uh less plot and a little bit, it's more like my standalones are plot and character driven, whereas this is plot driven. So there's not going to
Hmm.
be there's no big character arc for anyone. There are small changes, um, of course, because everyone does change. But because it's a
Yeah.
mystery, it's really about enjoying the main characters and seeing them grow a little bit over time. But it's really about the mystery and how they deal with the mystery and also how they solve it. So I could keep going.
Oh,
I can
yeah,
come
for
up, yeah,
sure.
I could come up with a bunch of magical mysteries, which is, but it kind of depends on how I'm feeling it and also how the readers are feeling it. But so far, yeah, it's the my first ever series, but it's doing really well.
Yeah.
So, and I love Tessa and Bloodsworth and everyone, so it could go on for a while, but it's for sure Plan 6.
Yeah, they're fun characters, and I just want to so Tessa's sneaky coworker, yeah. I mean, he's hilarious. Very much enjoyed that. No mush. And if you've heard me talk about Akatar or Fourth Wing, yeah, it's not that I'm a prude. I just don't want to read pages and pages of infinite detail of boom chicka wawa. You know, I'm 61. I know how the deed's done. I don't want to read about it. If other people do, that's great. Um, but yeah, it was fun. And I am curious to see what happens with Tessa and I can't remember the vampire's name.
Bloodsworth? Oh yeah, they're just friends. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And
They're not
yeah, I
connected.
mean, it's such a great development. And yeah, it was. it's great reading horror, but you can laugh out loud because you're not having nightmares from it.
Hmm.
And I have to laugh. Try saying that 10 times. I can barely say it once slowly because I kept getting things out of order. And I'm like, oh, it's a mouthful. Can't say it once. I did get it through once, but I always figured I'd get the S's out of order. But I'm like, hey,
Uh-huh.
if I get the right words, I'm halfway there. You can't say it once without messing. Hey, there you go. Jenny tried it. Got to three Scoopy. I can type it. I'm
Yeah.
surprised you haven't just to fill up the chat and we're caught up. So that's great. And like you say, and I mean, the characters are just so much fun. And yeah, I can see you coming up with a lot of different things for them. Like I say, in this one I read, I thought it was just hysterical that it was about
Mm.
a candy candy ring and what's happening through the portals and things. So that was just, see, there is an original idea. I mean, talk about this becoming a series on TV. I'd watch that because I love Tessa. Like, she's got so many neat things about her, and the reality of, you finish a college degree, whether it's college or university, and you really want to work in that field, but you're just not getting there. And I mean, the
Hmm.
nice thing is in the book here, she gets there, just not in the way she expected. And then there's so many other things that happen and go there.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
I also, and I'm saying this in my comments and I'm saying them in my live streams because I really want people to understand the length of time that it takes to produce a piece of work. So, how long did Obsidian Murders take you? Like
I
once you
had
had the idea and start to
uh,
finish?
uh, a couple of years, but I did have I was on a pause for a little bit after um, taking all my books down from Wattpad and
Mm,
releasing the already written books. And then when all of those were published under Nicole Pierman, then I had to figure out what I was going to do with the urban fantasy. So after many, many months of trying to figure that out and like doing market research and researching the Amazon algorithm and cover trends for urban fantasy, all that stuff, then I published it in August 2023. But yeah, it took a couple of years. But then I released Murderous Fairies, which is the second book last
mhm.
year, and then Midnight Murders was published in December of last year.
Nice.
So um, I am I'm kind of taking it easy this year because there is just too much going on um, with personal stuff and job stuff, and I'm like, help me. And after a certain point with me, which some authors are probably going to gasp because I've had a lot of authors gasp at this, but if I'm at a certain stress level, I can't write. Um, so I'm at a certain stress level for 5 months in a row with no break. So I'm just not writing right now, though
Yeah.
I will be releasing a short story under Nicole Pierman, which is a short story connected to my first book. So I'm I'm doing stuff, but it's not full length novels right
Yeah.
now. But I'm taking it slow for this year. I mean, my husband and I bought a house, kind of
Yeah,
big
I
deal,
mean,
right?
you've had some big things in
Hmm.
your life, and just the
Yeah.
world cray is,
Yeah.
it's
Hmm.
understandable taking that break and taking care of you because I mean, you have to be at your best and you want to be excited about your writing.
Hmm.
See, I always, to me, a job and work are two different things.
Yeah.
Work is what you do to pay the bills because that's how you survive. A
Yes. Yeah.
job is what you do because you love it. And if you get paid
Hmm.
for it, that's the bonus. And to me, writing is like a job. You do it
Hmm.
because it's an activity you enjoy, because you're putting yourself into it, whether it's your time or your energy. And I am very much a person of, for myself, if I'm having a bad day, I've made a mistake of watching something currently on
Hmm.
YouTube in the news, and I want to feel like putting my fist through my screen, which I currently couldn't afford to replace.
Yeah.
That's not the time to do certain activities or try and
Hmm.
bake or make a meal, because all that blah goes into whatever I'm doing. I don't record videos on those days either, because I might be smiling, but you can tell it's fake. And
Yes.
so to me, it's, you got to be in the right headspace. You got to have the right energy so that those good, happy vibrations come out in whatever you're doing.
Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And like last year with Midnight Murders was hard because um in the author world, um it's all about outlining and stats and how many words did you write today? And I'm like,
Mm,
"Hmm, I don't do really that. Thank you." And then like that's weird, right? Oh, you don't outline. What are you doing? Um, so then
your own process.
yeah. And so then it was,
Successfully.
yeah. And so then uh, I did the Clifton Strengths, and I'm one number one empathy, which, yep, knew that. But in my top 10, I'm also learner, and learner means that if there's like something going wrong or something can be improved, I will do everything it takes to learn how to do it. And so when people were saying, "Oh, well, you're uh, what you would say a pantser," but I say discovery writer, and so I'm an intuitive discovery phoenix writer. That's from Becca Syme, um, and I was being told, not in a mean way, but
Yeah.
that, oh, you should outline. You could produce like 3 books or 5 books if you outlined. And I was like, okay, let's see how to outline. I mean, sure, why not? Dozen people are telling me, I guess we'll figure it out. And so I tried to outline and I bungled that because I'm not an outliner. I don't need to outline. Um, all of my books were what you would say intuitively discovered, aka pantsed. And um, I had a uh, then I picked up Dear Writer, Are You Intuitive by Becca Syme, who um, is a coach and she's fantastic for writers. And that book spoke to me because it was
Nice.
all about you don't have to do what other people are doing. And if you're pushing yourself to be something you're not, it's not going to be good in a lot of
Yeah.
ways. It's not going to be something that you fall in love with. So like you're forcing yourself to write through it. Like eh, maybe that, and then and then there are plenty of successful writers that are discovery writers and intuitive writers but they just don't say anything because the popular thing to say is, oh, you outline and I track my stats in an Excel spreadsheet, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And that's not ever going to happen. But I was told, well, you can you're pantsing now 2 books a year. Why don't you outline and do even more? I'm like, okay, fine. But no, that messed me up with Midnight Murders. And so um I've like it's interesting. My Clifton strengths are a lot, emotional, like empathy is number one, but then I have a lot of what you would say like logical stuff as well, like learner and adapter. And so my friend Thomas, like I was I set up a pre-order, horrible idea, never doing that again, for Midnight Murders. I
Oh,
didn't finish
yeah.
I didn't finish the draft, so I had to keep pushing it. Now I for a year I can't put up pre-orders because I pushed it back too long. So Amazon said, "Bad for you. I'm taking your pre-order privileges away
Mm,
for a year." But then I spoke to my friend Thomas or the Right Mindset, and I was like, at this point, I do need a outline. Can you help me? Because I can't keep like I've already lost the privilege, to set
mm,
up pre-orders and stuff. I don't want my books taken down because they
yeah.
can they can do, you mess it up X amount of times. Well, okay. And
Oh,
so
really?
it's happened to like for a couple of writers where they just continually just don't they set up pre-orders and that's basically a promise
Yeah.
and all that stuff and they continually just don't produce what they promise, and that is therefore a bad reader, a bad customer experience, and therefore Amazon will choose the customer experience over you, right? Um,
Uh-huh.
yeah, and so then we I gave him what I had, and it was a hot mess. Because I was trying to outline it wasn't getting anywhere,
Yeah.
instead of just letting it go. And then he created an outline for me to follow, and then I did it, and I wrote like 35,000 words in a month. And so
Wow.
like so it's interesting, and that's where like the emotional slash logical Clifton strengths happen, where if there's like I guess like a let's go with desperation moment, I can overcome the emotional things of, oh, I'm not inspired. Oh my gosh, like I wrote 35,000 words in a month because I needed to get that book out,
Mm,
not just for my readers but for myself, because now I knew I'm not gonna outline. I'm just gonna go with it. But for this book, this is a tough book. I need
mm.
structure. And we did the outline together. We figured it out. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. And then I released it at the end of December, and people are really enjoying it. So it worked out. But yeah,
Good.
it's a interesting, experience with like online indie writing. Well, not even just indies, just like online writing where people want you to be like them a lot, and then
Mm.
they kind of they're just like, well, then you can't be successful if you don't outline. And so if like maybe like a couple like it was over a dozen authors said you need to outline, Nicole, because you're doing like 2 books a year, you can do more. But it's
Except
like,
the book thing saying Stephen King's never outlined a book, and he's got what, 80? And most
yeah,
of them are all like freaking doorstops. So pretty
yep,
sure those people are wrong. Do what works
yeah,
for you.
yeah. That's why like I'm 90% booktube and 10% authortube, because I am an intuitive discovery Phoenix writer, which intuitive just means like it's in the back of my head and I write it
Yeah.
out. That's where I discover it. Okay, and then the Phoenix was coined by Becca Syme, because there's different archetypes of writers, and she's coached over 7,000 writers, so she's kind of given
Wow.
different archetypes and guidelines. And so when like my normal state of writing is I can write 10,000 words in 5 days, and then I'm on a break for 2 months, and then I write 20,000 words in 2 weeks, and then I'm on a break for a month and a
Yep.
half. And then so like I'm burning bright for a very long time, and then the phoenix dies,
Yep.
and then it's rebirth. So I'm just like a chart that goes up and down, but I'm still producing a lot of work,
Yep.
or a lot of words. Just not like I'm not writing 500 words a day. Try that, ain't gonna happen. I can't do that. I
Yep.
am what I am. And it's worked because I have 4 chapbooks, 3 standalones, and then 3 books in a series. Like it, but
Nice.
but a lot of writers, indie and traditionally published, they want to produce as much as they can because that means money for them. And I get it, to a certain extent, but that doesn't mean that everyone does it the same.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
don't give out advice all that much because when someone asks me, "Oh, so how did you write this scene?" I don't know. I just wrote. I just wrote it.
yeah,
I didn't think about it before. I'm just tippity tapping on the keyboard, and I might have wine. Like I don't I don't plan it out, so I can't give you top 10 tips to write a combat scene. I just do it.
it
You
just
know?
flows. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and I know Charles or Chaz, when we were chatting, he was the same. He doesn't write every day. And he mentioned, and it was actually, oh, now I'm going to have to remember. Was it it might have been Nomad's Crucible. We were talking about
Mm-hmm.
Talendor's Guest. That's the book of his I had read. But I know, and it might have been Nomad's, that it took him 8 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he had written it, and then he was just done at the
Yeah.
end of it, and he had to step away, and there was other work and things, and it was, I think he said, over a year or something before he could get back to it. And again, I mean, I think for readers that's important to know. And I did say, when I was chatting with Chaz as well, it's why I don't do short book reviews,
Mm-hmm.
because authors put so much time and so much of themselves into these works. I don't want to race through it. I mean, I'm sure part of it has to do with having been in English classes for numerous years when I worked as an EA. And I mean, we'd spend 75 minutes talking about a
Mm-hmm.
couple of chapters. We didn't do a novel study in one class. Next, next.
Yeah.
And I just can't do that. And I figure people who want to learn a bit more about the books will watch my videos. People who want to watch the shorter snippets, and there's nothing wrong with them. I mean, it's like writing a book. You have to do what makes sense for you. So there's a nice variety of videos out there about shorter comments on books, or, me who babbles forever about pretty much anything.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's great to and I think it's important. You have to honor and do what works for you, because like you said, if you're trying to do it the way everyone else does it, that doesn't work, because that's
Mm-hmm.
not your process and how things or ideas flow.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that you keep voicing that, because there's probably other people out there who may want to write a novel or try their hand at it and could be like you. Outlines just don't work for them. But if they're following
Mm-hmm.
people who are saying, no, you got to do it this way and this way and this way, then they're going to give up even before they've tried.
Yeah, and then also, it's also based on your goals and what you want out of writing, and because like I'm not going to give the like especially like how to publish and marketing advice to someone who's just a hobby writer. It's not going to at all be the same. Like you're probably not even
Yep.
going to publish, so then all that is there's no advice, you know. But then like if you're writing like passion projects, that's going to be a different conversation that if you're going to write to market. And then there are a lot of people that have like different ideas on what write to market is. And it the industry standard is that you're writing to the genre expectations.
Hmm.
Like what makes a genre the genre? That's writing to market. It's already been set up. Are you going to follow it or not? And if you don't, then it's not to market. So like I follow the market of urban fantasy and mystery because I hit those beats and reader expectations of what urban fantasy is and what a mystery is. Um, Now there's like nowadays, well, it's not really nowadays. Maybe it's been around for like 30 or 40 years where it's right to market trends, and that's what you're
Mm.
seeing a lot here, where like and I don't do that. Like I'm not a fast enough writer to or like even maybe intuitively know where the trends are. But like right now, romantasy is a publishing and marketing trend.
Mm.
So they're making bank on romantasy, and that trend's going to eventually die off. It was like the same. You see trends for like zombies. There was a huge jump in zombies. Now,
Yeah.
where do we see the zombies? There's no zombies. There's a huge jump all the time. Luckily for the vampires, yeah. There's always
Yeah.
ups and downs with vampires. That never goes away. There's a few things where it's like you're solid. You're gonna come back eventually.
Yeah.
Um,
Exactly.
and uh, and so then there are also tropes within uh, genres and subgenres that go up and down as well. Um, and I don't do that. So, but there are a lot of writers that do. And like when people say, "Oh, it's just indie writers that do that," I'm like, "You're so funny. You don't know anything what you're talking about." There are so many trad writers that I know that their agents say, "Do you have a romantasy book?"
Mm.
Oh, you don't have one? Oh, can you write one within like a year? That'd be great. That's trad book. What do you think? Like
Well,
people
if
crap on
that's what
indie.
sells.
Yeah, yeah. People crap on indie writers because a lot of them are writing to market trends.
Mm.
But who do you think starts most of that? It's trad publishers.
Yep.
Yep. And so right now you see so much romantasy and with these specific tropes and how the characters are set up. That's done on purpose, whether consciously or unconsciously. That is done absolutely on purpose. So they're making bank, and then they're going to see how long that is going to last for, and then there's going to be a new market to market trend, and it's the roller coaster.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I don't see romantasy or ice hockey romance going away anytime soon. But it will, something will pop up, and sometimes it's like an old trope or like an old theme um, from like 30 years ago that somehow in the zeitgeist becomes popular again, and then they're
Mm.
like, ditch the ice hockey romance, we're going with vampire romance, do it. And that goes for however long it goes, and then we jump back down, and maybe it's I don't know, ice barbarian romance again.
Now, and see, there um, was an interesting thing as well. I haven't read Ice Barbarians, but I know a few people have, and I've seen a few reviews of it. And well, actually, Kat will appreciate this and so will Ven. They save me time reading books I'm not going to enjoy because I'll watch the thing and I'm like, yeah, that ain't my shtick.
Yeah.
Although I did read Fourth Wing because a bunch of them were all going on, and I'm like, oh, not happy I read this, but now it's out of my system. And Ven,
Hmm.
at least, bless his heart, read the next two, so I don't have to. And he gave me updates on Voxer, so we're all good on that one. But it was interesting. I think it was during the birthday live stream. We had Dee Dee on at Virtues of Books.
Hmm.
And she was saying that someone who is very close to her had also, because they had this discussion about the ice barbarians, and this person had said to her, I get it's offensive, but that's what happened to real people on those slave ships. They weren't
Mm.
aliens, but that happened. And so if it's making people uncomfortable, well, you're reading history, not in
Mhm.
terms of, and like I say, I haven't read it. I know a lot of people have commented about it, and that the first book or two were really, I think maybe it was just the first one was really hard, and then things got toned down. But I mean, there's the other thing with books, right? Um, because and this is why I have yet to put up my witching hour that I was going to do 3 years ago,
Mm.
because I found that book by Anne Rice really offensive, but it's because a number of things that happen in the book. Not, well, yeah, they do happen, but I don't, again, it's not stuff I want to read about.
Mhm.
ACOTAR, and there's always these big things about trigger warnings. Now, as yeah, Ven and I think both Noah know, but I haven't, because we were talking on Voxer. In book 3 of ACOTAR, there were no trigger warnings that would have prepared me for the really negative reaction and week of nightmares back again that happened,
Mm.
because I didn't foresee it coming, even though there was a hint about it in book 2. And the short part, and I haven't done my review because, again, if other people enjoy reading it, I don't want to take away from that. And I don't want to put out a, oh, I hate this series video, because I didn't. There were a lot of good things about the series.
Mhm.
Um, well, and I'll just share a tidbit here, and I don't know how much I'll say in my video when I do the series. In book 3, and hopefully this isn't it shouldn't be a spoiler if people haven't read it. In book 3, there's a lot of stuff going on with Nesta,
Mhm.
Feyre's older sister. And there's a kidnapping, and Feyre and Elan react differently. And I keep insisting her name's Elan because there's no E at the end like mine, so it's not Elaine.
Mhm. Mhm.
Just putting that out there. No E at the end. It's a long vowel walking, and the A is the first one. But so everyone's all worried about Elan, and Nesta's doing her thing, and people are making comments about her. And even though she tells Feyre earlier on about something she can no longer do because of what happened, Feyre's too busy running to the bedroom to do the boom chicka wah wah with Ryzen to really function or think about it.
Mhm.
And this keeps happening. And it wasn't until I think I was halfway through the book, didn't even see it coming because it's been 55 plus years ago. I suddenly remembered being taken from school by my birth mother against my will.
Mm.
And the staff couldn't do anything because she had partial custody at that time. So I was
Mm.
only 5. And this was in 1969. There was no, oh, are you okay? Do we need to take you to therapy? Do you need to talk about it? I was one of the lucky ones. I was home safe that night
Mhm.
because my dad had a brain in his head. I was raised by my dad. Thank you, universe. Um, but I was back home that night because even before I left the property, the staff had called my dad. My dad called the police. There was luck that she had me dropped off at her house. So my dad, the police were there quick. I was walked to the car and back home that night. I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. And even
Mhm.
though I am a counselor, I had to do all my own work and get through all that shit
Yeah.
over decades, because that's just one of the things the lady who brought me here did. But be that as it may, the point is, I didn't see that coming in ACOTAR. Like, there's no way there was any
Mhm.
trigger warning to say, hey, if you were a kid, this shit's gonna screw you up for a week. So,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm always careful, and that's why I love this book
Mm-hmm.
because I read it not long after, and this was
Mm-hmm.
my happy, I need a laugh. Oh, thank crikey.
Yeah.
for fun, amazing books out there. But like I say, that's part of why um, I can't do the ACOTAR video as much as I want
Mm-hmm.
to. And I'm fine. I got over it. It was a
Mm-hmm.
long frickin' week going through crap. And you've mentioned this with your own stuff in your videos is you've worked through it. You know it's all in the past. And then suddenly out of the blue in ways you can't even foresee, it's all right in your face. And it's like,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
no. And, I'm grateful that I've got all that stuff that I can, I know the exercises I need to do. I
Mm-hmm.
know that was a long time ago. And I don't know, maybe that's why. And well, it is why I ended up going into social service work because it's like, I
Mm-hmm.
don't want kids to ever have to go through any of that. And I mean, I can't stop it. I know can't save them all. Yeah, I've
Mm-hmm.
burned out twice
Yeah.
because I just can't stick with the you can't, you know. But it's also why I'm so immensely grateful for authors in so many different genres because
Mm-hmm.
books were my lifeline as a kid. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I did to get through
Mm-hmm.
you know, everything else. And like I say, I'm one of the lucky ones. I'm 61 and still here babbling about all kinds of stuff. But, it's what do you think about trigger warnings as an
Um,
author and a reader? Because I
mhm.
mean, you do both.
Yeah, I have a content warning in my uh, fourth um, fourth chapbook, Teal Nostalgia, because most of those poems were written in trauma therapy. But I don't put them on my books or anything like that.
Hmm.
But I'm not. If you if people want to list out trigger warnings or content warnings, that's not my business. There are people that get upset. I'm like, why? It's not your business what what people do with their books or how they rate stuff. Um, I I also there's the thing with uh what is an what's an actual trigger, which a lot of people don't they don't use that word properly.
Hmm.
Um, so there's that whole like a huge conversation of psychology and all of that stuff that people miss. But a trigger is something would that is bringing up a trauma that then provokes a panic attack, anxiety attack, psychosis. It's it's not that it makes you uncomfortable. That is not a trigger.
Yeah.
And I think people um, mix that up a lot. And before anyone says anything, I have get ready. I have ADHD. I have depression, generalized anxiety disorder, selective mutism, social anxiety, PTSD, OCD. Yeah, I think that's it. So I have a lot
Gee,
of
just
stuff.
that much? I mean, come
It's just
on. There's
that
so
stuff.
many other labels
I
out there,
know.
Nicole. Pick
Yeah.
one. Pick one.
And yeah, and my ACEs score is 9 out of 10. Okay. So with that ACEs score, whenever I talk to professionals or people that are recovered subclinical, recovered in subclinical for all my stuff. Um, they're like, Oh, you're doing fantastic. Because usually when you have an ACEs score 9 or a 10,
Mm,
you're not alive anymore. You're addicted to some or multiple substances, or
yeah.
you're in prison. So I've got I've got a lot going on. But the thing with uh saying trigger warning, it's better to say content warning, I would say, because I really think that
Mm,
words do matter. Um,
yes, they do.
yeah, so I would say I would prefer more of a like a content warning than you list out things that might upset someone, but you can't list everything out. Like you really can't because everyone is different, of course. And then like I I guess the word that people don't like to use, but it is the word. I'm desensitized to a lot in the fact that I've been through, seen, heard so much shit, and I've processed all of that, and I have the, grounding techniques and just all
Yeah.
these coping mechanisms that it's really hard to actually trigger me. I feel uncomfortable all the time. So what? Really, when it comes down to it, so what? I mean, life is uncomfortable. Life sucks. Okay. Um, and but also life is beautiful, people are amazing, so it's a hard thing for humans, and I deal with it all the time. It's a hard thing to understand that both can be true at the same time every second of every day.
Yeah.
um, and a big part of how I uh, go through the world is mindfulness. And before mindfulness, I was miserable and I was literally triggered all the time. I would have
Mm,
multiple panic attacks, lasting hours. Is that a
mm.
life? It's not a life. And there was, it all started in 2012, when I was called for jury duty,
Oh,
um, in the same court house where my um, abuse case was
oh,
held in the same.
geez.
And so like, and actually I called my husband, I could not fall asleep.
Yeah, no
um
kidding.
and he was just a friend at the time, but I called him and I'm like, I can't handle life right
Yeah,
now. And so for like 3 days before I got back into therapy, he was on the phone with me for like 8 hours a day. And he saved my life, honestly. um Love him. Shout out.
yeah, no kidding.
Um,
That's amazing.
yeah, and then I went to the old therapist that I had when I was a kid, but it wasn't enough because you can talk about your trauma or talk about,
Yeah,
situations, but it doesn't, after a certain point, help. In a lot of cases, it can make it worse if you just talk about it over and over again, but there's no solution. We need solutions after a certain point, or else it's too much for the
yeah,
human mind and body. And so then I am now with my current therapist for like 12 years, and he does like all the things because he's been in a therapist for like 35 years. So all my
yeah,
stuff that I have, he knows about. And for the first year, I would not listen to him. He said, "Get on a sleep schedule. We got to practice mindfulness. We have to accept the feelings that you're feeling. You can't run away from them.
yeah,
You just have to sit with it, sit with it, sit with it. Even if it's hard, even if it's scary, even if you cry, it's okay. You need to feel those feelings because at this point, pushing all of that away, what has it done for you?" And I said, "Nothing, but it's scary." So for a year, I didn't listen to anything that he did or
yeah.
that he suggested. He was great. It was, my childhood was not good. I'm
Mm,
being very nice about that. It was not, it was barely stable. My mom did her best. My grandparents did my best, but even like after the abuse, you can only do so much when you're living in a very dangerous neighborhood, right?
yeah,
And then She had to get out of the dangerous neighborhood, and then you have to settle into everything new and all that stuff. And it took a long time, and then I was okay for a little bit, but then like getting called to jury duty,
Yep.
the same courthouse. Here we go. And that was a 6 year long process. We worked on the PTSD first, and then we moved into OCD. Um, and really, all things were helped and are still continued to help with mindfulness. And
Yep.
it's a lot of letting go of things you can't control. All I can control are my actions. I can't even control my feelings. I can't control my thoughts, but I can decide what and what not to do. And I
Yeah.
certainly can't control other people. And that was something that took so long to figure out. But life can be suffering, but it can also be beautiful. It can also be fulfilling. Um, and it's something that you have to work on all the time. Like I do volunteer work for those with OCD and those with PTSD, and um, I'm not licensed or anything, but like I just give advice and I give
But
them
still,
resources. Yeah, and so um, it's a lot of you got to let that go. I know it's hard, but you know you got to let this go, and here's the resources to help you do that. And the whole, and there's like, because I have pure OCD, which is mental compulsions. There are still, I do also physical compulsions as well. But the mental compulsions of, let's just say, for example, everyone has intrusive thoughts, but those that don't have OCD just don't notice them and they don't care. Um, so with those with OCD, any intrusive thought that goes against your morals, you
mm,
will start to obsess over and you will try to fight it because that's not what you want. But oh my God, how can I have this intrusive thought? Right. And so it's a lot of like religious, like, oh, you cursed, you said, damn it, or God damn it, oh my God, I'm going to hell. And so you try everything that you possibly can not to go to hell
yeah.
because you just like a thought just said because you stubbed your toe. It's not your fault. But for the religious people, that's really one of the tougher ones because I'm an atheist. So I usually send those over to someone else that that's a Christian that's
Yeah.
OCD. But like for like harm OCD, they're like, oh, I could like if you're driving and you're like you see like someone on the side of the road, the intrusive thought would be like, I could run them over at any time. And then people are like, huh, huh, oh my God. I'm a killer. I had that. I, I cannot
Mm,
do that. And so it can go so extreme that they don't go outside their room
yeah.
because they're trying so hard not to ever have that thought because that's
Yeah.
not them. I have to say to a lot of people, or basically everyone with OCD and intrusive thoughts, so what? Everyone has intrusive thoughts. Your actions decide if you're a good person or not your thoughts
Yeah.
and not even your feelings. And just let it float away like a cloud in the sky. And that's a huge analogy that Buddhists use in meditation and mindfulness. It's not about controlling your emotions or your thoughts. That's absolutely impossible. Good luck with that. I've
Yeah.
tried for so long. It's not going to happen. You're going to have stupid feelings and stupid thoughts, and they're just going to bother you. But the goal for mindfulness and meditation is to be present and to acknowledge that and say, oh, that's fine. I'm going to give myself compassion and just continue doing the laundry, right? And I'm going to focus on that laundry or I'm going to focus on my walk.
Yeah.
And that's mindful versus your mind is full of anxiety, just what ifs, intrusive thoughts. If you run after an intrusive thought or a feeling, you're signaling to your brain that that is a dangerous thing. And we're going to keep showing you that because, the brain's stupid and smart at the same time. It does not understand that um, if you pay attention to something, that doesn't mean that it's necessarily dangerous. So we're working with the silliness of the human condition here. And really what we figured out is you have to face your fears, and you have to face being exposed to things, and that kind of goes into the trigger warning and content warning. There is no therapy that I know of that is about avoiding things. Avoidance makes things worse. So I am cautious for, to people that say, oh, um, I avoid this, and that because, and I'm like, that is your choice. But if I would be giving you advice, it's slow and steady exposure, not watch Saw. Okay, not
Yeah.
that. But don't do that.
Rip that
But
Band-Aid off.
we don't we don't want to do flooding, which is it is a type of exposure therapy that is used in very um, rare circumstances, and it can work in certain specific, very professional settings. We don't do the flooding, okay, but we do the slow and steady exposure. And so, really, like a lot of the anxiety is, and when it comes to reading stuff, is the unknown and the anticipation. If you have like the content or trigger warning, so you're already building up anxiety, and then when you come upon it and then you're triggered, that's because there is a trigger from trauma that you know or you don't know about, and you don't you don't know how to um, in a way deal with it. So whenever I'm reading something messed up, which is all the time, and I don't get uh, triggered. So I'm trying to think back on the last time I think, oh, it was The Girl Next Door by Jack Ketchum. I was borderline triggered actually, because I was so pissed off
Hmm.
that no one did shit for her. And I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, we're going to sit in this. We're going to sit. And why are we feeling so angry? Because anger is a secondary emotion. What's the primary emotion here? And it was hopelessness, helplessness, betrayal. And I said, okay, we're going to sit with this, and it's going to suck because this is based on a true story. I can't do
Mhm.
anything about it. This happened in the 50s. This person was tortured by
Mm.
her family for months, and she passed away. I can't do anything about this right now, but what I can do is I can process why I'm feeling this way, and why Jack Ketchum wrote this book, and how he depicted this, and what's the point of this book. And I
Mm.
actually, in my copy, does talk about how there are monsters everywhere, and the monsters are humans, and this
Yep.
is what we have to accept. And what can we do to, prevent that? Or if we can't prevent that, then somehow separate the terrible people from, you know, others, because yeah, it's rare, but there are people that are just absolutely terrible people that love hurting others, and they
Yeah.
don't think that they're doing anything wrong. So you can't be part of our society. So what steps can we take to figure that out? And also just like to prevent that. Um, and that's a lot of damn work. And I don't think we're doing very well with that anywhere. But well, maybe in Scandinavian countries. But most of the time, we're not doing a great job with tackling child abuse. And and I think I would say child abuse is an epidemic,
Yeah.
because what are we doing with the children that have no parent that cares for them and just beats them and just really tortures them, and then they grow up and it's like, what do you expect? No one helped, no one cared, like, okay. Okay.
And see,
Yep.
I saw a lot of that before. Well, I saw it in schools, but even
Mhm.
before I started working in schools as a caseworker, um, I used to work with men who had a variety of offenses.
Mhm.
And I mean, some of the offenses were difficult enough
Yeah.
to deal with because they went the spectrum.
Mhm.
But reading some of those predisposition reports was horrific.
Yeah.
And the fact that some of them didn't turn out a hell of a lot worse than they did, I'm like,
Mhm.
seriously?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't justify or excuse what you became as an adult, but
Yeah.
holy snap crackers.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's but before we get too deep into this,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna keep this happy. Sorry, I don't know how we got down this we were gonna segue into Celtophile. But yeah, Akatar. I hate that damn
That's
series.
it's Africa.
That's what started it.
I think she
But
does pretty good with like depicting PTSD, and it is mentioned like I see a lot of people say, "Oh, that's not how people um would react," and I'm like, everyone's different. Okay. So
exactly.
that was like
And
the same thing. I'm sorry, but there was a The White Stag by this one writer, um, and she was getting this was years ago, but she was getting so much hate because um her main character was dealing with abuse differently, and then she had to come out and say, yeah, so this is my story basically. So are you saying that I'm lying? And it's like that's why you're just like shut up. You can't say that's not real because everyone's
don't
different.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's it. Things are so different for everybody based on the circumstance, the
Hmm.
support, all of that. Now I know Jen had popped out and I did say see you down there, but she was saying about having been traumatic. Yeah, it was. Um, but I mean I got through it. And
Hmm.
I mean, did I always have issues of safety? Have I ever learned to trust adults or others to take care of me? No, but I was still okay.
Hmm.
I got through it. So yeah, it was one of those, and actually, it's kind of interesting because twice I've gone to therapy throughout my life because
Mm.
a doctor, you don't heal yourself, you go to another doctor.
Yeah.
Even with my background and I've got skills and tools, sometimes you got to talk to somebody else to get a bit of different perspective. But I'm always very careful um, when I talk about my past because when I've gone to, and it was two different people,
Mm.
and I was just kind of, I'm not a real big Freudian that you got to go from birth and on and
Mm.
that, but in both of these cases, we started talking about things in the past. And both of these people sat there getting teary eyed. And I'm just sitting there like tra la la la, because I mean, hello, I'm sitting here. So obviously I survived,
Yeah.
right? And I'm like, what in the hell are you getting teary about? Like, seriously.
Yeah.
My
That's
story is nowhere even close to as bad. And I'm just like, oy vey.
that's a
But
little
again,
unprofessional.
that's what I thought. That's why I only saw each of them once. And the one's like, well, you know what to do. And I'm like, you know what? You are so right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I get that sometimes with like OCD, well, the volunteer work where like I'll just um someone's having a panic attack or something, and I'm like, here are here's the grounding techniques, and this is how, you're panicking because blah blah blah, and then it goes into here are like resources and all that stuff, and then they're like, that was so like logical, and I'm like, yeah, but did it help? Like, yes. I
Yeah.
said yes, because when two people are panicking, it's not gonna go anywhere. It does
Yes.
not. It makes things often worse.
Yeah.
Um, and like I know where you've been at. Like if you're panicking, you're having a panic attack, what's it me panicking with you isn't gonna do shit. I'm sorry. Like it's gonna make me feel worse. Um, and that's not my role. My role is not to panic with you,
Yeah.
right? Um, and yeah, I think some people don't like fully understand like the true role of like therapists, psychologists, psychiatrists. It's supposed to be steady and calm and logical. And then like yeah, there are psychologists and therapists that go into that because they do want to figure themselves out, and there's a lot to figure out, and not all of them are stable. Seen a few of those. Uh,
Yep.
and that's
Sadly.
yeah, and that's unfortunate. But yeah, just the human condition. So I usually I do, if someone, like if I'm talking to someone and they're telling me stuff, and I usually gauge like you probably, with all that going on, you need someone with at least 10 years experience, and don't go under, honestly. But then there are somewhere it's like, yeah, you can get someone with like 4 years experience. You're not, as extreme. Like you caught it really, really early, so you're not even doing that many compulsions. You could go for someone with less than 5 years experience. I cannot go see anyone that doesn't have 20 years experience. Hello. Okay, so I'm I know that for a fact because I've tried, and they're like, how are you alive? I'm like, well, that's not helpful. Okay. I need someone with 20 plus years, because then they're like, okay, we're going to do this logically. Here we go.
Well, and I mean, rapport is a big part of it as well. As you have to be with someone that you can trust and
Hmm.
you feel is working in your best interest. Like you said, you've been with the same person for 12 years.
Hmm.
And
Yep.
yeah, I know, when I was in that part, or even with some of the students and that afterwards, it's like you've got to you've got to check different people out.
Yeah.
You've got to be sure that you're comfortable with them, that there's a level of trust and you feel that you're
Hmm.
working together. And my dad, bless his soul, he's been gone for several decades, but
Hmm.
I know the odd time I would be talking, and he's like, "You're not telling them what to do." And I'm like, "No, because it's not my life. I will present option A, B, C.
Hmm.
Which path do you think's going to make sense? Let's give it a try." I said, "But
Yeah.
my job as a counselor is not to tell them what to do with their life. I'm not in their life. I don't know what's going to
Yeah.
work best for them, but I do know the various options that could help." And so that's how I always approached it.
Hmm.
But yeah, going
Yeah.
back to Jen was saying that there are warnings, and yes, I agree. The content part is at the back of the book, so then people can decide whether they want to read it or not. I mean, we got down this rabbit hole because I was saying, there wasn't anything in Akatar that could have prepared me for that, because it was just the way people were treating Nesta, and suddenly,
Hmm.
boom, there I was 55 years ago. Nicole saying that you went through it, but glad you had a strong support system. We had Dark Star come in and join us. Kat also, sorry you had to experience all that. Jen had to pop off. Wishing you all lots of love. Happy thoughts. Kitty's gardening. Yes, indeed. Folks keep the cycle going, sadly.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's kind of it. And that goes back to this is what bothers me so much with this. Just because you're a woman, you get to have kids. No, sorry. Don't think so. Think there's got to be a few other things. And I'm not saying
Hmm.
rules or whatnot, but there's a lot to being a parent.
Yeah.
And thank goodness for support systems and all the rest. But I 100% agree with you, Nicole, that there needs to be more in terms of social services, more programs
Hmm.
to take care of kids, partners, because, domestic violence, the whole kit and
Yeah.
caboodle. And I'll be honest, that's what's really pissing me off about all this political bullshit right now, Captain
Hmm.
Makeup and the idiot, because while all that crap is getting time and attention, and it pisses me off that, woo, fentanyl, let's get the borders tightened up. Okay, I agree. Get fentanyl, deal with the fentanyl issue. Then we go with we buy so much alcohol, we're going to take it off the shelves. Does it really matter which drug you're pushing? Alcohol,
Hmm.
fentanyl, they're both drugs, people. Like snap a neuron. And
Yeah.
you got $1 billion virtual dollars to pull out of your ass to put on the border. How about you pull $1 billion virtual dollars out of your ass and put into social services so you could actually help the addicts and the people who are alcoholics and the families, because you obviously have the frickin' money somewhere. Like, get
Yeah.
your priorities straight, people, would you please?
Yeah. I think uh, I think that really only like the Scandinavian countries are doing it, and it's like, okay, how many other countries are out there? No? Okay. It's like I don't know. But there's also the thing that they're smaller countries with not that many people. So that does help, and that it's also uh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that helps out with the Scandinavian countries that are able to do that. But do you know about Gabor Mate?
No.
Oh, yeah, he's a Canadian doctor. Uh, he specializes in trauma and addiction and ADHD.
Hmm.
Um, he's great, and he talks about that there is a abuse epidemic, not academic, an abuse epidemic, and that a lot of the problems that we have are from unresolved trauma, and it's a
Hmm.
continuing cycle. It's generational trauma, um, and you have to break that, but you have to be conscious enough to break it. And there are a lot of people that aren't, and it's not really, their fault, because if you have your great grandmother and your great grandmother and your grandmother and your mom, I mean, that's extremely hard to break. Let's say choosing a partner that's physically abusive, because that's all that you know, and
Yeah.
the stress that is just in you, and really that it can, after a certain point, change your DNA. There's continual high stress in pregnancy that
Mm.
that can change the DNA, and create more like impulse control issues, mental illness,
Mm.
mental disorders, neurological disorders. And so you're already getting like it stacked against you before
Yeah.
you're even born. And then you have to deal with, everything else afterwards. Um, yeah, and I see it. So I grew up in Washington, D.C. / Maryland, Virginia. So I saw the city life and the country life, and so it's city poor and country poor, and there's a lot of similarities.
Yeah.
Um, though the city life, they do have more access to things because they can walk, or they have the subway, versus if you're in the middle of nowhere and your town is 2,000, well, that's
Yeah.
more of like good luck to you. Um, so there are actually more issues that pop up in the country than they do in the city, but they're still, it's a similar problem. And I think what you see a lot in in the city, because there's so many people, you can't keep up with
Mm,
everything going on. So like abuse happens like dead in the city,
yeah.
versus like, but it also, no one's around, so abuse happens in the dead of the country. And I think that's like two main places where we can work way harder on getting people help, but no one wants to do that because that's a lot of work, and that's multiple generations. You're not going to fix that in one generation.
No.
People don't try. But if talk to people um, that are addicted to any type of substance, even like food, which
Yeah.
Gabor Mate talks about, what are your ACE scores? And the higher the ACE score is, the more, you know, outward issues, whatever you would say, that's going on, and what is your addiction, or addictions. And the higher the ACE score is, the more addictions you have, or it really affects you in a severe way.
Mm.
So that was, when did I think I found Gabor Mate, and I forget the interview, but it was on YouTube. And so he was talking about the ACE score, and I was like, oh, sure, I'll do that. Oh, shit, I'm at 9 out of 10.
You'll definitely have to look that up, and I agree. I mean, there's so much that needs to be done, and I mean, I'm definitely, and a number of us have talked about it. I mean, thank goodness for the booktube community and people
Mhm.
checking in on each other and people making sure that, people are okay, especially in these crazy times. And I mean,
Mhm.
that's at least a start. I mean, unfortunately, we're not face to face in the same cities or towns or, even a car drive away, but at least that's a start to something positive. And it's
Mhm.
why in some of my things I talk about, shine your light bright. And the other part is be okay with yourself that if it isn't a day that you can do that, that's okay. That's part of being normal. And
Yeah.
you know, the next day, it's a fresh day, and you try again. And
Mhm.
I think people really need to hear those kinds of messages now because people are struggling. There's so much uncertainty, so many challenges, and it's too easy to get bogged down in all the, ugh, it's hopeless, or how are we going to fix this? And the answer is you do what you can the best you can. And,
Yeah. Mm.
be kind to yourself. But
Mhm.
you also, and this goes back to your writing style and that as well, is you have to find what works for you. Like for some
Yeah.
people, therapy is great. For some people with addictions, AA or NA,
Mhm.
other 12-step programs, because there's pretty much one for so many things now.
Yeah.
That group support works. For other people, it's one-on-one. Like you just got to find what makes,
Mhm.
that difference for you. But so now that we got all serious, and do you have a time limit, Nicole, when you have to go?
No, I took off the rest of the day from work.
Okay, so do
Yeah.
you want to talk
Yeah.
about Celtophile now?
Oh yeah. Exciting.
So I still have to do the tags,
Hmm.
and I'm hoping to get them done before the end of the month because I did see the videos. But see, I'm one of these funny people. I print them off and then write
Mm.
out my answers before I do the video. So I still need to do
Yeah.
that part. But I have finished the Green Man. I haven't done any of
Oh.
my videos yet to
Hmm.
summary. Love this, and I actually have this little guy
Oh yeah.
out in my backyard, and I loved it. One time I got a picture, and there was a moth sitting in his
Mm.
eye. So
Oh
cool.
yeah.
But what I want to do, because I've got some terracotta clay, I want to
Mm.
actually make a green man. So, because I've got two out there, but I've bought
Hmm.
both of them, but I want to make my own. And I figured,
Yeah.
I've got the little tools and things, but this is great. It goes through the history of where they can be found, the old cathedrals, all the different
Mm.
locations. And it was a nice,
Ooh.
short little read.
Hmm.
That was by John Matthews. I have a few
Hmm.
other Celtic books by him. I finished the Book of Irish Legends. This is
Ooh.
by Ian Zazik.
Hmm.
This was one of the books that actually an employee at the thrift store I go to picked up for me when I did Kevin Toll's tag of go to a store, give them money, and have them pick 5 books for you. So
Ooh.
this was
Yeah.
I knew she was gonna do a great job because I usually go
Hmm.
on Saturdays, so it's always the same 2 employees,
Hmm.
so and we chat and she makes recommendations, so I'm like, "Yeah, I
Hmm.
know the 5 she's picking me will be awesome." So I finished this, and that means I need to go to the
Uh.
the one that I never
Yeah.
say, because, of course, it refers back to it. But the nice thing with this one, like my Celtic Dark Goddess book, has a pronunciation key in the
Yeah.
back.
Hmm.
Because you were saying as well that with the different Celtic languages, there's a lot of difference between
Yeah.
whether it's the Welsh or others. And then 2 that I still need to finish are Fairy Stones. I love this
Oh
one because
yeah.
it goes through the crystals and
Hmm.
who they're connected with. Excuse me. And then I haven't read Buckland in eons,
Mm.
Raymond, and this is
Hmm.
Scottish witchcraft. So it's talking about the Picts and the
Hmm.
history, and then it gets into all the other stuff. But I love reading this type of thing because I'm not a dance around the fire spell kind of gal.
Hmm.
Again, for folks who are, that's great. Ain't my thing, but I
Not my
love
thing
reading
either.
about the
Yep.
history and how to connect
Mm.
with nature and animals
Mhm.
and just, you know, live in harmony.
Yeah.
How's your reading going for
Yeah.
Celtify?
Let me see. I'm gonna get this right. I'm currently reading the Toyin, which is the uh, one of the epics from Ulster of Queen Maeve uh, wanting to have the best bowl ever.
There we go.
And so then her and her husband uh, seek out carrying off the brown bull of Coolidge, which is in Ulster, and then Cuchulainn um, fights them off basically. Uh, and actually, this translation it's newer, and I was reading people didn't like it because there's one other translation, and that's been around for decades and decades. So I guess maybe that's just like we're just doing the original, which is fine. You do you, but I don't think you should give it 1 star because it's not the original. People are interesting. We figured that out. I like this translation because it's not heavy. I thought that it was going to be tough to read because it's from
Mm.
Old Irish, and then they had to like translate it to like a regular Irish and then into English. So but
Yeah.
this is very easy to read. So I like
Nice.
that. Yeah, I thought it was going to be heavy. I thought it was going to take a while. It's not.
Yeah.
It's good. Um, And then for the messed up book club but I didn't fit this book into the 7 prompts, but it's part of the messed up book club. Boys in the Valley by Philip Fricazzi, and that's about like an exorcism. Okay. We'll
There
see
you
how that
go.
goes. And then I'm still reading The Story of the Irish Race by Seamus McManus, but that's just gonna continue on because it's 750 pages.
Uh,
um, Good luck. I will not finish that soon. And I finished Pride of Lions by Morgan Llewellyn. I gave that 5 stars. I'll get to um, reviewing that shortly. I'm behind ever so slightly for reviews. I do want to do a review on Sociopath by Patrick Gagney. That was interesting. The f- that was for the first prompt for the
mm.
book club, and she is a diagnosed sociopath. But it's
Oh, I
interesting,
remember you mentioned her in a video, I think.
yeah. And so um, it's it's really interesting because I knew that sociopath, like it's not in the DSM-5. Like they took it out a while ago. It's just
Really?
yeah, it's just anti uh social personality disorder and so psychopath. So it's those two. And then they took out sociopath um for like political reasons. Um but sociopath is different from antisocial personality disorder and psychopath.
Mm.
Um, and then well, this kind of comes back into the whole childhood thing. She was not like she was born a sociopath, and usually what uh, being very simplified, um, people like in the profession would say, yeah, I mean, it's like it's kind of difficult, but like psychopaths are born and sociopaths are made, and that's kind of what they say just to, like to appease people. And
Mm.
like I've said that before because it's like this is really damn difficult, and I we're not here to have a 5-hour lecture on what the difference is, right? And also, it's not in the DSM-5, so it's like it's just really damn complicated. But
Mhm.
she wasn't made, like she didn't have so many traumatic things as a child to turn her into a sociopath. Though,
Right.
thinking back, in the dangerous neighborhoods that I was living in, there were I would not be surprised if some of them were diagnosed as sociopaths. I don't know where they would be. Some of them would be honestly in prison or dead,
Mm.
um, based on uh, all of that. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. But um, yeah, her life was like very stable, all things considered. Though I think um, like there are hints that her dad, yeah, he didn't feel anything. He didn't show any affection. He doesn't understand other people's feelings. Like there are hints
Mhm.
of, and like it's very high drive work in like the Hollywood business, which there
Uh,
are a lot of narcissists and social personality disorders, and like in the ranks of like the music industry. Like as he wasn't a musician, he was behind the scenes driving money, money, money.
oh yeah.
So I was like, maybe you got it from him, Patrick. But she wasn't abused.
Yeah.
So that's like the interesting part. That was like the most interesting book so far. And like she goes through a bunch of things where it's like there are probably a lot of children and preteens and teenagers and even adults where they are sociopaths, but because they haven't offended, they
Mm.
haven't broken the law,
Yeah.
there's nothing in there that will diagnose them and then help them learn empathy, how to follow the rules, things like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's like, you know what? I think that is way more productive having, a diagnosis at like 12 or 10 or whatever that you are a sociopath, and we're going to work on that weekly with professionals than just going have fun, because obviously that's not how that works, because how many offend and then repeat offend and then it's too late
Yeah.
because they have 50 convictions, but like you could have stepped in and figured it out. And that's what she's kind of like. She said she's putting out the memoir as a diagnosed sociopath and a therapist,
Mm.
um, to say, here's me and here's my story, and I've found problems in the
Yeah.
system, and this should be figured out. She said, I'm a privileged white woman that managed to somehow not offend, even though I have like these like it's like a, as she says, it's like a, like you're slowly turning up the heat, and when the heat is too high, then she wants to like break into people's homes,
Mm.
like bring down the heat. But then
Yeah.
when she's at like when she's at a cool level, she doesn't offend, she doesn't do anything, she just like goes about her day, but like it's slowly, like after like months, like it keeps going,
Rises.
and then she's like, okay, I'm gonna break into someone's house and just sit there for 5 hours. Like, but she doesn't know how to like react in social situations. She doesn't know how to like care about certain things. Like there's stuff that is very obvious. Like she can lie easily. She masks a lot, and
Mm.
it's just like she got through it because she was privileged and she wasn't caught. She was like, yeah, I wasn't caught, but I was breaking into people's homes and just sitting there as the heat of like this pressure in my brain went down. And then
Yeah.
I left, and then I was doing my schoolwork for 3 months. Right. So it's like, it's just, yeah, it was very fascinating.
Mm.
um and she was her like PhD is about the wording is like how to treat someone with uh sociopathy, and like
Mm.
because it's not, you can't diagnose it in the DSM-5, it's not there. And
Yeah.
then you would use the psychopath checklist, but they're not psychopaths. So you need a new checklist for sociopaths. So it's like it's a very weird issue going on, but like it would be about, like a guesstimate would be like 2 to 4% of the world would
Mm.
fall under sociopath, psychopath, antisocial personality disorder. And so why wouldn't you try and work on that? I don't know, but she's like, I don't know. I don't know why this isn't a thing, but I guess a sociopath has to say it's a problem
Ye-
for it to be
Yeah. How's that
a
for
functioning,
irony?
yeah, a functioning one. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's the thing too is, having information like that out there. But this is why it bothers me. Well, one, that here they closed vocational schools in
Mm,
Ontario, the province I'm in, and that was where I spent the last few years as an educational assistant. And so all of our students in the building had a multitude of things going on, getting in the way
mm,
of their learning, whether it was ADD, ADHD, the whole alphabet soup deal, this,
Mhm.
that, and everything else. The one term I would never allow a student coming into my resource room, or if I was near them in a classroom, LD, and it still disgusts me that there's an agency here that still calls it learning disabled. That term
Mm.
just zero to rage. And and the kids in the resource room when I was there, if it was a new student coming in and I'm like, okay, how can I help you? What do you need? Or if I was saying, you need to do this, you don't understand. I'm learning disabled. And everybody in the room would put their head down except for the silly kid because they're like, oh, here we go. And sure enough, it was like, now let me be very clear with you because I'm only going to say this once. You are not learning disabled, my dear. You are in an educational system that is disabled, but you
Mhm.
are not. You have learning challenges, you have abilities, and don't give me that carp how you can't do it. We just need to find a way that you can be
Mhm.
successful. So you tell me what you need and how we can make this better, and don't ever come in my room and use that vile term again. And then everyone would
Yeah.
put their head up because they knew lecture time was done and go back to
Mhm.
whatever it was they were working on because it was just like, "Oh, tell me you didn't just say that in front of like, we've all heard I mean, they should have just told everybody in the building, but it was a nice, small building. We had, I think, 500 students, all the staff in the building, trades or academics, EAs, whatever, were all trained to work with students who had what's called special needs. Now, with those buildings closed,
Mm.
they've just been tossed into the other high schools, their home schools, because it's more economical, where they're now in buildings of 1,000 to 2,000 students, and some of them don't grace the doors anymore because, hello, some of their issues were social anxieties.
Mhm.
So if they were
Mm.
having trouble getting into a building with 500 kids, they're not getting into a building with 1 to 2,000 to get lost in 3 floors of building.
Yeah.
And it just, to me, it's like you said, if you can get to them sooner
Mhm.
and you can give them the training. And when I worked in elementary, the focus was on literacy, and our government actually had a program initiative. And then it was the geniuses in the board who went, yeah, we've invested 5 years and no, let's do something else, and disbanded the whole thing. So, gee, I
Mm.
wonder why we have so many kids now ending up in high school who can't read.
Ugh, yeah. Yeah.
But wouldn't it be awesome, if someone somewhere, the government, the community, the Board of Education, I don't care, but
Yeah.
someone needs to smarten up and start doing something.
Yeah.
It just,
Yeah, it was a problem when I was in school and I graduated high school in 2011.
you're
I think
such a
as we
baby.
yeah, as I said before, I was hating on the public school system before it was cool, okay? Uh,
Yes.
the public school system failed me and failed a bunch of others that I knew. Um, when I was in third grade, I was placed into behavioral special education.
Mm.
Um, so some people are very surprised when when they hear like you were in sped. I'm like, yeah, babe. From third grade up until I graduated high school, I was in sped. I took the small bus, but it was because um, I was being abused, so I was acting out violently, and they
Yeah.
didn't know until a certain point, and then it was just like, okay, we need to you can't be with the other kids. And then there was also you know, the development of like social anxiety from the abuse and then the PTSD, and it like I was not mingling well with like anyone. So
Yeah.
like then it was like, yeah, I get it for like all of elementary school and most of middle school, but in at least where I'm at, you can't get out. Even if you do well, like you overcome all of that stuff,
Yeah.
you can't get out unless you drop out or you graduate. So I was still in like small classes with gang members, drug dealers,
Wow.
and because that's behavioral, like so I'm just here, peace. Hey, what's up? Okay, yeah, you're trying to get into the Bloods. Great.
Yeah.
You. Um, but they're all chill. Uh, but these are teenagers, my fellow peers, and no one gave a shit, and they didn't give a shit about me either. So
Mm.
you wouldn't like it's always people are like almost always shocked when I say here's my laundry list of what I have, and I was in sped and I was this is this, and they're like, you turned out amazing. I'm like, yeah, I mean, it was rough for quite some time, but it was not because of the school system, it wasn't because of the teachers. They didn't do anything. They made it
Mm.
worse most of the time. And it was my grandmother saying, you have to play their game. Just play their game and get through it. And then high school or high school's done and college will be better. And it was
Mm.
better. I got my GPA was higher. I connected way more with other students and my professors. And it wasn't like there are certain things where you do have to you have to be on a schedule. There are rules to follow um, when it comes to behavioral problems. Like it can't be a
Mm.
free for all. I mean, that's not good. But like the whole everyone is the same. No.
Mm.
No, not everyone's the same. Sorry. And like so the like you have general rules, but then okay, so things aren't working for you. Let's work on that as an individual. Um, and then also like I just remember just stupid rules like you have to put 2 feet on the ground. And I'm like, but I have A's in this English class. They're like, yeah, I don't care. You have to put your 2 feet on the ground. I'm like, no. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Oh, like going to the principal? Great. Like I think there is a lot of I have a lot of problems with authority because of that whole experience from third grade to high
Mm.
school. Because like, what are your rules for? Like I get like the obvious rules of don't punch people. Okay, I get that. But like the whole you have to put 2 feet on the ground because I said so.
Mm.
I have a problem with that. Like, especially when I have all A's because this is an English class and I'm reading the original Shakespeare and I'm writing these like in-depth um you know essays and all that stuff. Like I'm outperforming and I know you're not going to put me in a regular class.
Yeah.
So like and then it was well, I said so and like other people in the class can't have, their one leg under you because I had one foot down and one leg under.
And that became an issue.
Yes. And but like, oh, but like other people would do it. And like, okay, but then who cares? Oh, well, they're not doing as well as you. Why?
And what does it matter how you're sitting
I
in?
know.
Oh,
Yeah, that's where I'm like, I don't like the system. Okay. Your system's not teach what why are the other students having problems? Okay. And
yeah.
why are you just letting it like all blasé that this one kid is trying to get into the Bloods and Washington, D.C., which is a gang. I would like to know. Oh, you don't care? Okay, well, what? Eh, okay, well, he's actually a really nice kid, but y'all don't care about him. His parents are not there. He's in a
Mm,
foster care system. Mark is doing the best he can, but you failed him, and now he's in the Bloods, and he dropped out at 17. What did you do? Nothing. And he was like, that kid was so nice. There were so many great kids, but
yeah.
I don't know where they are because you
Well,
failed him. And it's just like I get up to a certain like there is like, there were other kids or like uh like young adults, not really teenagers anymore, where it was like there is an out for you, Mark, because like he could have gone to barber school.
yeah.
He could have, but he didn't choose to do that. So it's like, Mark, do it. But so it's a like humans, all humans. It's a hard situation. It's freaking hard. I'm like, Mark, you could have went to that barber school. You could have done it, but at the end of the day, you um chose to go into the Bloods, and it's just like
Yeah.
I don't know where you are. So
Well,
it's
see, in our vocational schools, because there was two here in the city and both smaller populations. And I remember, well, I remember all of them, but there's a lot of different comments I remember. The one before they decided to close it and amalgamate the two, and because of course first they started cutting busing and other things, but I'm not going to get into that.
hmm
But anyhow, before they closed the one, I remember the one student saying, because I mean, so many amazing kids, gifted in so many ways.
yeah.
And I'm like, why didn't you go to your home, like what would have been your home high school? And he's like, no way, it's a bigger school. And do you know what kind of drugs they do here? He's
hmm
like, sure, here there's a few that smoke dope, but so what?
Yeah.
It's not
Right.
as rampant as these other schools.
hmm
The other school, because it was amalgamated, and I spent my last few years there before I retired. And well, actually, I resigned, but that's a whole other story. Before
Yeah.
I left,
Uh-huh.
I remember sitting at graduation, and one of the girls that I'd worked with, and that was the beauty of being an EA, is I could work with them from grade 9 to grade 12,
mm
or what up here was called a victory lap, because there's no grade 13. And
mm
some did take that extra year to either bump up grades or get the grades they'd missed.
mm
But I remember this young lady up on the stage, sweet, sweet student. I'd been in different classes with her. And she was saying she was so grateful to have the opportunity to be in this building because for the first time in her school experience, she'd made friends. She was able to
mm
get up and participate in assemblies because if she'd gone to the bigger high school, she'd have never been noticed. She wouldn't have had the same connection she had here, and she'd had an amazing school experience. And I really wish the Dingles who closed those schools had been there that day to hear that young woman speak
Yeah.
because those schools are now gone.
Yeah.
That smaller group of kids aren't there. They're not getting the academics, they're not getting the trades experience. So many of our students from those buildings went on not to go on welfare or disability pension, but to actually have jobs, careers, and
hmm
families. And it's like, do you people even get what you have cost this community?
Yeah. 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 And they're
You
like when I was running helping to run a tutoring center in Virginia, it was buttressed around Richmond and some other like smaller country communities. There's like a little like a small rich area, but we were seeing mostly poor students, and
Mm,
most of my family's poor. I'm one of like 10 on both sides of my family that has a degree.
mm,
Most of them they don't, and they live below the poverty line, and they can't get
mm.
out of it for various reasons. So it's like I'm
Yeah.
seeing these kids, um, and there were a lot of them that like had no confidence, and I was there. Like I get it. And so then I would just talk to them as professionally, but also like you're a human being,
Yeah.
and that counts for something. A lot of people treat children not as human beings, but like as less than, and it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
But there were
Yeah.
a lot of the kids were told by adults, "You're poor, you're not going to go anywhere, so don't try." And I'm just like, just wanna. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling an 8-year-old, don't try. When you have an 8-year-old as an adult saying that, like, of course they're going to give up because they're 8, and there's an adult saying,
Yeah.
don't do it. You're poor, it doesn't matter. And so, and this happened for preteens and teenagers because we saw a wide variety of kids and like even
Yeah.
adults. And I said, based on their age level, it was basically you decide your fate and forget what they were saying because they're wrong and
Yeah.
they're rude. They don't know what they're talking about. And I know that you can do it. It's going to be hard. And I'm not going to say that it's going to be easy. It's going to be hard. I mean, I have a math disability, so that was like I had IEPs as well. I had
Yeah.
a lot of shit. But uh, sometimes, like for my math, it's second grade level. Okay, so at a certain point, I was playing the game, and then the whole like it just hit a wall here because I can't get the algebra. So then it was we're aiming for C's.
Yeah.
We're aiming to pass. I'm not trying to aim for A's and B's. I'm trying to get through high school with this math, and sometimes that is what it is. Especially you have a learning disorder. I switch numbers. A 6 looks like a 9. What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Um, and sometimes you just have to ride it. Okay, you got to ride it out. And some of like at least the parents taking them to the tutoring center knew something was going on, or they already knew. And
Yeah.
so we would I would talk to the kids and all that stuff, and some of them it was like you might not get past like a 10th grade reading level. However, I think you should be reading comic books and graphic novels and, that type of stuff to keep it at a 10th grade level, right?
Yeah.
Or like read smaller books. Not don't read the chunky monkeys, read like the 200-page books, and it doesn't matter if it takes you a month. We want to keep that, reading going. But,
Exactly.
you know, and then there were a lot of times, like more so with the teenagers, where like they were just beaten down by these stupid teachers. And I was like, sometimes you need to live petty. Live petty. You know how much I've lived petty? A long time. Especially in high school. Put your feet down on the floor whilst you're going to the principal. Okay, okay. Um, I said, you know, I had I dated a tattoo artist, and then he worked with a tattoo artist where lots of learning disabilities barely made it through high school. It was like D's and C's he got, but he still got the high school
Mm,
diploma. Um, that's not what he's not a scholar. That's fine. He's making $200,000 doing tattoos. Okay, everyone has their own thing, and
exactly.
and I told many of them the story where it's like live petty. What did he do? People said you're not going to graduate high school. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not going to do it. What did he do? He lived petty and he graduated high school. It still counts that whatever like the lowest GPA was at that Maryland time. He still did it. Then people were like, you can't get a job. You're going to be on the side of the road begging because you don't know how to read or write properly or even to
Mhm.
do, math. Oh, what did he's making 200K with the tattoo work, and he has receptionists and accountants that he hires to do that stuff. Then they're saying, "Oh, you look like a hot mess. No one's going to marry you. You're not going to get it. You're not going to get a house." He has a wife and kids with a white picket fence because he's making 200K. Yeah, that's living petty. Live it up. That's how you do it. He's living the life, that tattoo artist. And he was
Yep.
living petty, and it worked. Sometimes it's not going to work. Like, not everyone wants to feel like that pettiness, but it works for a lot of people.
But that's the thing. You got to find what works for you. And I mean, he obviously loves his job or he wouldn't have gotten to be good at it. And it was funny because I would have never in a million years guessed it. So one of my principals, because yes, I was outspoken even when I was in the board.
Mm-mm.
Thank goodness for a union. No, I never got that rebel rousey that any of them wanted to fire me. But I pissed more than a few of them off in my
Oh,
day.
yeah.
But one actually nominated me for an award of distinction. And shock and awe, I was actually one of the recipients because they only pick so many every year. And to be honest, winning the award didn't mean that much to me, but reading the letters of support that were written by the students, that meant the world to me.
Mm-hmm.
Um, as well as having them in the room day by day because I'd taken a assistive tech room, so computers and all of that jazz that was rarely ever used, maybe had 5 students a day to a room that had suddenly 60 students a day. Because after
Mm-hmm.
my back injury, I couldn't go to classes anymore. So I was popped into a resource room and the kids were all ecstatic, like, cool, now I don't have to wait and see if you're assigned to my class. I can just come to you. And I'm like, awesome. So we were, using it. And I laugh because when I keep hearing booktubers talk about the immersive experience of listening to a book and reading it by hand,
Mm.
and I think of my students who would kick and scream, I don't want to use Kurzweil because it would read their work and the
Uh,
page was in front of them, or they had the book, they could listen to it and it would read across the screen and highlight the word. And I'm laughing. I'm like,
mm.
damn, I wish I was in that lab right now going, do you see this on BookTube? It is not a weakness. It's
Oh,
called
no.
immersive reading.
Yeah. Yeah, there were like a bunch of uh I worked a lot with ADHD students at the tutoring center
Mm,
and the creativity of like how to get that um get them working was great because there was one where like I don't know what school he was in, but like they let out really early, so he was like the first one always there. And
oh,
then
wow.
he just couldn't sit even when he was on a bunch of medication. And I was like, okay, so pick up the book that you're reading and just walk in a circle. No one's here. Just walk. And it worked for him. I'm like,
Yep.
oh yeah, here we go. And there was just when I put on the summer reading program, and I was like, everything counts, and that pissed off the owner. I'm like, I don't care, because she's like,
But
oh,
reading's reading.
she's like, no, but like graphic novels and comics don't count. I'm like, I don't care. I'm counting them. What are you gonna do? Fire me? Okay, maybe you do, but no, she didn't fire me. Because that was the highest summer participation, and
Awesome.
over 100 people came to the party. So that was the highest ever participation in the party slash award giving. Um,
Sweet.
and yeah, there were just like I wanted to build up like the children's confidence.
Yep.
And that meant like, yeah, we're going to start with a picture book, even though you're in third grade. I don't care. You read it out loud. It took 20 minutes. Uh, it counts. You get to put a lovely star on the wall with your name
Yep.
on it. And just every time they came in, they're like, can I, for the last 20 minutes, can I do that? And I'm like, yes, we can. And then it took 15 minutes to read a children's book aloud. And then it took 10 and then we're at 5 and they're like, "Oh, I'm reading at home too. So here's my book reports." I'm like, that's how you do it." And there were
Yep.
some that read like 50 comics. I'm like, "That counts." Yes. We're going to do that. And they're like, "Yes, finally someone thinks that that counts as reading." I'm like, "Yeah, I mean, how how much time did you spend reading 50 comics?" I mean, it was a whole summer, and
Yep.
they were doing a bunch of other stuff too. So it's not like their sole lives are reading and going to the tutoring center, right? But um, but I also like started including audiobooks, and like especially for this one student, she just had a lot of stuff. I have a lot of stuff. I'm not judging. You do great with audiobooks. Let's go, girl.
Yep.
Yes, we're gonna count those audiobooks. But I did have to tell her mom, I'm like, it's not like she has to not be playing like video games. Like there are certain things where it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, you're not gonna retain like if you're playing a video game with the sound on, you're doing this with the audiobook. No, but like if you're cooking, if you're folding laundry, yes.
Yeah.
And that worked out because I think there was like some like contention about, well, I can listen to the audiobook version and do my PowerPoint presentation as I'm playing video games. I'm like, girl, no.
Yeah.
Here's the rule. We do need some not that. You can't play Minecraft and do this and okay. But it worked out. And then yeah, that was also the same student where it was like she doesn't want to be going to college. She doesn't want to do like that scholarly, type of thing. And so I was talking to her mom, and it was like dance or
Mm.
dance studio or then her mom was saying like she could go to school for I forget the term because her mom was very proactive, bless her. Like you create like molding for teeth, and she did like the student was really into ceramics, but it's kind of hard to like live off of pottery, right? So what
Yeah.
can we focus on? Oh, you like crafting ceramic stuff, and then her mom found like crafting like teeth molds or something like that. That was really interesting. I was like, she has to be into dentistry.
Yeah.
But if she's into that, yes. And then it was also she wanted to be a dancer. I'm like, yes, we can. That is also a thing. However, we do want some other plans because art. It's hard to do the whole business
Yeah.
with art, especially dancing. That's very like there are specific roads you go down um to be a professional dancer. So let's have other, backup. And then that's what it was like, ceramic stuff, how we get ceramics. And it, yeah, it's, you have to be like proactive as a parent or like a tutor, or, teacher to find avenues for, kids, and they don't
Yeah.
want to do that. Even parents don't want to do that a lot of the time, which sucks. I'm like, why are you a parent? But that's a different topic. Um,
There's a whole other live stream that could take a
oh
couple
yeah,
hours.
but yeah, they were like this one kid who was like in second grade. He was like, I don't want to go to college, but everyone's saying that I should go to college. I'm like, what do you want to do? And he's like, well, my dad's a mechanic. I'm like, mechanic. There you go. He
Yeah.
doesn't like school. I mean, maybe that could definitely change. But like what he loved to do is hang out with his dad and fix cars because his dad owned like a car shop, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like you can make a very nice living fixing cars because everyone,
Yep.
well, not everyone, most people have the cars. They need to fix the cars. So
Yeah.
yeah, there's like at least where I am at, like on the, well, no, yeah, okay, the United States, there's a big jump to you got to go to college or else you're not gonna be worth much, which doesn't make any sense.
Mm.
So there's a lot of things of like, so where's like trade schools? Why are we not doing the trade schools? Okay. Because no, not everyone's a scholar. I have an AA and a BA. No to being a scholar. No to doing that stuff. Not everyone thinks that way or wants to go down that road.
Yeah.
We need plumbers, we need mechanics, we need hairstylists. I really don't understand the concept of let's just get rid of the trade schools and try and push everyone into college. That's not how that no. I just said no. But that's a
Exactly.
problem.
Well, and that's it. And I mean, every job is important,
Hmm.
regardless, degree or no degree. There are so many jobs out there. And sorry, when I went, because I had to go for a big swanky thing when I got this award, had to have your picture taken. So, wooey,
Hmm.
my face is hanging in a hallway for I don't know how
Mm.
long. Yeehaw. But so when I went for this big hoo-ha and along with the other recipients, and I had to go up, get the award, shake the hand of our executive director and all the board members at the time. And because I'm an asshat, they're like, oh, we're so grateful you work at this school and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you do get, I work with the most gifted students in the entire valley, correct?
Yeah.
And they're like looking at me, and I'm like, I get that they have learning issues. It's why I picked going to that school. But you seem to forget that they're gifted artists,
Hmm.
workers, amazing individuals. So, excuse me, but I don't get why you're thanking me for working with one of the best populations in this entire valley. But thanks for the award.
Yeah.
And oh, yeah, if they didn't think I was crazy for turning down that sought after position,
Hmm.
yeah, I mean my days were my days were getting so numbered because I'm like, I'm not playing your stupid game. Like,
Yeah.
why are you looking down your nose at these kids?
Yeah. It like if you put in effort, you know, I don't I it's just weird. It's like the bigotry of low expectations. Why? Because if you put in effort and you didn't tell them, like, oh, you're not going to amount to anything, so don't try, then maybe something would have come of it. Oh, it's weird. Oh, what a concept. Like there were quite a few like, oh, this kid's a redneck. He's not going to go anywhere. I'm like, oh, come here, Hunter. Hunter,
Yeah,
let's have a conversation.
well,
Because I'm just like, we're going with that. Okay. I mean, my family's redneck. They do work really hard. There are some that they don't. Okay, right? But a lot of them do, and a lot of them are working class and know they're not rich and know they're struggling, but they're also great people. They're kind. They help the community.
yeah,
No, they're not making 100,000 or like 500,000, but they're living their happy self. No, they didn't go to college. Um, they do carpentry. But what? But like, what
it's a
you
skill
need?
you need.
You need the carpentry. Like, I don't like. It doesn't. I am still baffled at like telling kids that they're not going to amount to anything, so don't try. I don't, it's just, really, because I was told that, and but luckily I had my grandmother saying, forget them. They're stupid. You know that you
Exactly.
can, so don't listen to these stupid adults. And I finally I realized that like just because someone's older doesn't mean that they're wiser. And so like
Oh, yeah.
the whole thing of like the concept of if someone's older then they know more than you. I don't think so.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. That was a hard pill to swallow as a kid when you're told differently, but then, my grandmother's like, "Oh, think about this logically." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Right, that's not correct. Why would an adult say to an 11-year-old me, don't go to college because it's going to be a waste of your mom's money."
Uh,
Yeah, that's great. But yeah, I decided to go to college. I loved it. Yeah, like I said earlier, I had a way higher GPA, but it was because I was choosing the classes that I cared about.
yeah.
And that, like, they did treat you like an adult and like a human being. Like I didn't have to argue my case to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Right? I'm sorry. I'm hydrating. I need to go to the bathroom. Like I didn't even have to say that. It was like it was a crazy concept that I could like no matter where I was sitting, like I just like left my stuff and then I went to the bathroom and then I came back. And I understand, obviously, when you have like a 12-year-old, you can't do that, but it shouldn't be a fight. If I have to go to the bathroom, I shouldn't have to give you an essay
Yeah.
why I needed tinkle.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Well,
just like the weird stuff of like I have power over you, so I'm going to act out, and I don't like that. So
yeah.
I question a lot of people all the time that maybe they're just like, "Can you chill?" I'm like, "I'm sorry, it's just ingrained in me."
Well, a couple of the students, because I was lucky I had this resource room, and a couple of the students had come in, and it was just the two of them at this particular time. The room hadn't filled up yet or anything. And they were just being complete boneheads, like just off the wall, goofy. And I'm
Hmm.
looking at them and I'm like, would you guys do this in your classroom? Because they had to have permission from their teachers to come to the resource room. And they're like, no. And I'm like, then why are you acting like this here? And they're like, because you don't care. If we did this in our room, our teacher would look like at us like we were insane and we'd be sent to the behavior room. We come here to get this stuff out of our system because it doesn't rattle you and we can get
Hmm.
our work done. And then we have to go put that other face on out there. And I'm like, holy crap. All right, now
Yeah.
I know why the room looks the way it does. But I mean, in my room, you had to work to get sent to the behavior room. I mean, there were some,
Hmm.
hey, Gareth, there were some kids who would be acting cuckoo cuckoo, and the others are looking at me like, why aren't you sending them to the behavior room? And I said, well, not one, because that's what they want me to do so they can go
Oh yeah.
sit there and twiddle their thumbs. I, on the other
Hmm.
hand, want them to get their work done, and this crap
Yeah.
will stop in about, 5 or so minutes, because if it doesn't, they're not coming back to the resource room anytime soon, and I'll be chatting with their teacher.
Hmm.
Sure enough, guess what stopped in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And the other kids would be looking at me like, damn, you're good. And I'm like, damn, I was a teenager. Never
Yep.
forgotten it.
Yeah, there are a lot of adults that forget, and it's I think probably because my childhood and was just so chaotic that I
Yeah.
just remember that stuff. But and also like I was um yeah, I think my grandmother was the only one that got it. So then she would just give me like insights on how to deal with the world. Because no one else was getting it.
Yep.
Um, and
My grandma was
that's
the
hard.
same.
Yeah, that's
Grandma's rock.
hard. Mhm. And it's just like I had a lot of kids that like would not behave in the tutoring center unless I was around or was their tutor.
Yep.
And then of course there are some that like there's always going to be people in general where like you just don't vibe and that's okay. Because that like statistically
Yep.
that's impossible that everyone's going to like you. So they were like
Exactly.
yeah, like they were like more like
There we go.
the shy kids
Yep.
were more drawn to me. The kid like even the kids like certain kids that had high energy like namely like the ADHD kids, yeah. Um they would chill out and they're with me and then there were like the kids that this one family just had a bunch of kids that were so damn smart. But like the teachers were still still treating them as like
Yeah.
second graders. But the second grader can read at a 10th grade level. Okay. So we're having some problems behaviorally. I'm like, oh, I know
Yep.
why. Yeah, so I like instead of forcing the second grader that can read at a 10th grade level a children's book, here's a chapter book that is family friendly, but here's a chapter book and she was like,
Yeah.
you're giving me a chapter book and I'm just like, yes. And she
Yep.
just sat in. She was like, yes. And she was quiet. She wasn't doing anything wrong. But when you're treating kids not as individuals, but just as like kids are dumb and I have to,
Yep.
set them straight, well, good luck. I mean, that's going to work for, some kids. But the ones that are like extra, they've got some extra stuff going on,
Yep.
which was me. We're going to just set everything on fire. Good luck. And that's not even like our fault. It's just like we're bored because we're like we're just ahead of this, group or whatever, or like I see that you don't like me. So why as a 7-year old act properly when you clearly don't like me and I don't know why. But like okay, we're just going to give you a little help. Because and it's not like a lot of it's not logical or anything, but like as a kid you're not really thinking logically, you're just like it's very emotional. um
Exactly.
and so when you bring in like a chill vibe that's logical, they're like, oh, what's happening?
Yep.
But also treating them like a human being. I took this from True Blood, which is hilarious because Eric Northman's like he helped this one family that has two kids and like a single mom. I don't remember the season, but he was just like, yes, children are teacup humans. And I just took that and I was like, yes, they're teacup humans. And it's something that like if someone told me that if an adult told me that as a kid, I'm like, yeah, I am. Thank you for acknowledging that I'm a teacup human
Yeah.
because I'm not an adult yet. I have a lot of growing to do. Like there's stuff that I have no idea about, and I'm trying to get by with the life,
Yep.
but as we all do. But like there's a dependence on adults, but I'm growing into an adult.
Yeah.
why don't you understand that? Right. But as the framing of, oh, kids are just teacup humans. it just it somehow makes it like easier to kind of navigate kids in general.
Mhm.
They're their own individuals and they're trying to figure out life, and they have to be taught a lot of things. And if they're
Yeah.
not, then I mean, yeah, sometimes it doesn't turn out right. But that's
Well,
not on them, right? Like it's the adults. And where are the adults? So nowhere.
well,
Great.
and I know with so sorry, I know with some of the kids they would be like, well, my parent, and this was in high school, my parents this,
Mm,
my parents that. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. But you're now a teenager and you're
mhm.
now making your choices. You're still reliant, but at some point you have to stop saying my parents this and that because you're soon
Yeah.
going to become an adult and you're going to have to make choices. And part of those choices are how are you going to deal with the past?
Mhm.
Because you're going to be moving on. And I'll be honest with some of the stuff that I went through, and I was very angry
Mhm.
for a lot of years.
Yeah.
And, worked through it and all the rest, but had to work through it. And to be honest, with the faith that I grew up with, that just made me angry because I couldn't understand how this omnipotent being would just sit up there and watch this shit go down. And
Yeah.
it's like, aren't I supposed to be saying prayers to you? And that's where you come do something. So, like, we got a
Mhm.
disconnect here. And then it was years later when I started reading, I can't even remember the different authors now, but there were a ton of them. Some of it may have been
Mhm.
James Redfield, Celestine Prophecy, and so many other authors, Martha Beck and Starhawk, and a whole ton. And then I started looking at things a lot different, and it occurred to me that instead of this whole forgiveness thing, it's about life lessons. What did
Mhm.
I learn from all that crap that I went through? And if I hadn't gone through it, I wouldn't be who I am now. And who
Yeah.
I am isn't perfect, but I like
Mm.
who I am. And
Oh
even when
yeah.
I started realizing all of that, it's like, yeah, if I hadn't been through X, Y, and Z, sure, I'd rather read it in a book. Hells, that would have been way easier,
Mhm.
but it wouldn't have stuck the same way. And once I got to the looking at it as that was a life lesson, it
Yeah.
doesn't mean I liked my birth mother any better,
Mhm.
nor should I ever have been in a room with her. And she's now gone, so that's never going to happen.
Yeah.
But it also meant I didn't hate her
Mhm.
because I knew there were reasons, I knew there were issues that all this crap happened. But once I saw it as a life lesson, and that's where I got to be so ornery, and I wouldn't let people push me around, and I was
Mhm.
never, ever going to be a victim once I got big enough that that was not going to happen. If not for all those early lessons in life, I would have turned out very differently.
Yeah.
So for me, it wasn't about forgiver. It was about what did you teach me? And once I
Mhm.
started looking at it like that, that's when the rage started disappearing
Mhm.
because it was like, okay, I don't need to hate you because you've given me something. I don't like the way I had to learn the lesson, but
Yeah.
I learned me the lesson. And
Mhm.
then when I started, whether I was a caseworker or working with students in either social services or the educational system, I always approached it as, especially with students when they were coming talking to me about different things. I get you have a reason to be angry, and no one should have to go through this.
Mhm.
But you did. And where are we going to go from here? How do we
Yeah.
make this a bit better? How do we try and get you started and put you back together? And
Mhm.
what's the best thing going to be for you? And,
Yeah.
with the students, I can't change your teacher. You and I both know how this dance is going to go. So we got to
Mhm.
find a way for you to be able to do the dance and get the credit without things getting worse. You
Yeah.
know you're a good person, you know you're valuable, you know you're respected. Hang on to that when you're listening to other stuff that isn't
Yeah.
right. And I don't mean the academic part. I mean, well, there was one kid and it just blew my mind. So even before they walked in the room, because whether you were going to resource or the behavior, you had to have a sheet. And this teacher literally had the forms ready before the kid even stepped in the door, and just literally handed them the sheet to go to the behavior room. Like the kid didn't even have a chance to do anything. So it
Yeah.
was a student that I knew, and I'm finally like, you know what? Enough. We're like partway through the semester. He's sitting at a 10%. There's no way he's going to be successful. So how about instead of you sending him to the behavior room, you send him to me, give me the work, and we get on with it. So from then on, he stopped going to the behavior room because he wasn't a behavior. He wasn't even in the room long enough to be a behavior.
Mhm.
And within 4 weeks, he caught up on all the work, and he ended up earning his credit before the end of the semester. I'm like,
Yeah. Mhm. Oh yeah,
seriously?
effort. Oh, effort. It's so hard for people. Yeah, it's like that's how that works.
It's
You
like,
just have,
geez, you work with
yeah.
a kid. Guess what happens?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, people don't like to do that. But and then why are you there? But that's another topic.
Well,
I
get
like
another
before,
live
yeah,
stream.
yeah. There was right when we like right before we got on Therapy in a Nutshell. I love her channel, Emma. She just released Talking About Trauma Won't Heal You. And I think that that's great because she's a licensed psychotherapist, and that's kind of
Yeah.
what like what we have been discussing on and off, like even including
Yep.
uh, just what you would say, like maybe smaller trauma that can turn into something big. Like
Mm.
um, if I didn't have my grandmother saying just play the game and they're wrong, what would that be? Because I had a number of adults say give up and just
Mm.
don't even try because like you're not you're not doing well, so just get
Uh,
like what's the point, right? um that could have been a trauma that changed my whole future if I
oh yeah.
really, yeah. And so i i i, I definitely prefer the way of talking to just people in general, but kids and um friends or whatever, where it's just like, yeah, that sucks ass. What can we do to fix it and to move on? Versus continually talking about the same
Yeah.
thing over and over again because there's no solution there, and that's what people get stuck on, and that's
Yeah.
you know
It's like the
one of,
hamster wheel, just round and round and
yeah. And you can make your trauma worse because where's the problem solving? Oh, you don't have any. You're just saying the problem over and over again. And
yeah.
that's, that is something we see all the time. Doesn't even matter like what topic it is, but we're on BookTube. Are we on BookTube? I don't even know we're talking about books. I don't know. That's
Well,
totally
we
fine.
did talk about books,
Yeah. But like,
and there's lots of books about what we're talking about. So,
yes,
hello.
exactly. We did some recommendations. Um, but like you see like the same cycle over and over again on like a lot of the problems on BookTube or author how to be an author, whatever. But like there's no solutions or problem solving, but it's not really lucrative because the negativity is what gets clicks. It's not the actual books. It's not that, it's not really usually about the writing. It's like what looks good. What's popular? Like it's the same like for tropes, like what's popular? Romantasy. Does it have to be good writing? Not really. I mean, but there's also the thing of like, okay, what's good writing? What's a good story? Like it's subjective. I get it. And also the fact that right now it's a dumpster fire. And there are a lot of people that just want entertainment to turn their brain off. So I can't say like don't read like romantasy or like dino erotica, which go for it, babe. I'm not doing that. Please don't recommend dino erotica. But that is a whole niche and you can make a lot of money. Why? I mean, there are, quite a few reasons. Some people are turned on by that, but then there's also just like you want something to laugh at. And it's just funny for a lot of people. Um, yeah, okay. How does that work with the dinosaur and the woman? I'm, I don't know, but I have amused myself for a night and I forgot about my problems that were, like the 10-hour day that I just worked.
Yeah.
You know what? Like I think there are three different types of like books that writers write. One is like like a literary activist. Like there's like a I wouldn't even say a higher calling, but like there's a literary activist who are going deep in the analysis of this book, right? And then
Right.
that's the point of that book, not just to be entertaining. Then it would be like for the art of it, um, and that kind of goes into like the literary thing. So like it's a mix of a lot of things, of course. Like
Mhm.
they get into each other a lot. And then there's you're writing to entertain people. And I don't see why that's a problem, but there are okay. There's a lot of like little snotty people where it's like there should be no art that is entertaining just to be fun. I'm like, where are you coming from? I don't understand.
Hmm?
I, but and then it's just like, oh, but that's not art. I'm like, well, one, art's subjective. And what do you mean that it's not art? I can understand where you don't think that Dino Erotica is an artistic masterpiece, but how is that interfering with your literary fiction novel based in 1950s New York City? I'm not understanding because everyone reads, well, almost everyone reads multiple genres, even if it's like they have their two preferred genres.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
surprised
like,
romance has so many different genres, and I learned
yeah.
that at
Hmm.
my thrift store when I was trying to find a secondhand Sarah J. Maas because I ain't buying that for free or,
Hmm.
you know, top
Full
bucks.
price. Uh-huh.
Yeah. And it turns out no one's getting rid of Sarah J. Maas, but I'm looking at these four big
Mm-hmm.
shelves, which will be up on the 25th because I did a video about my Goodwill bookstore. And I
Hmm.
even showed it and I said, I don't hang around here often, but who knew that there were this many romance genres? I certainly didn't. I think
Oh yeah.
romance. Eh. But
Yeah.
there's like a whole crap ton of different. genres, historical and this and
Hmm.
that. And I'm like, hoy.
Yeah. Yeah. So like we can have like all three of those different types um, of like writing
Yeah.
books, and I don't see why one is better than the other. And it doesn't. I don't. There. So there is like a bit of a problem with writing to sell, and the traditionally published authors do this as like the publishing houses do this. So I don't the vitriol at the indie authors that are making seven figures doing this. Why don't you do that energy at the trad publishers as well? Okay, well we're
Mm.
gonna put that aside because like we said we were talking about in the beginning, romantasy is big. The agents, because the publishing houses are telling the agents this is what's big. What who are you I'm blanking on the word. To the agents, there's the publishers are saying go out and talk to your writers that you have under you and say, do you have a romantasy book or write one? Can you do that? That's writing to sell, please. Okay,
Yeah.
get over that. With the people that are saying that only indie writers are doing this, but writing to sell is its own thing where you find the most popular genre and
Mm.
probably subgenre. You take a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, depending how, long the trend is going, and you
Mm.
research, you dissect the crap out of those like top 15 books that
Mm.
have already gone to the market and now, ooh, look, huge. So you're going to read the top uh, 15 romantasy books on the
Mm.
bestsellers market. I think that's what it would be. And so you're going to dissect all of those books and see what is this basically the vibe, and then you have to match the romance beats, or else it's not going to be a romantasy. What is a romantasy? It's
Mm.
a romance in a epic, basically an epic fantasy world, because the romantasy, these are completely made up worlds.
Mm.
um, so you have to you have to break that down, and a lot of
Yep.
people don't realize that it's romantasy and an epic fantasy world. You smash it together. However, the it's a romantasy because it follows the beats and it has a happily ever after. If there's no happily ever after or a happily ever after for now, no matter all the other beats that came before it, then it's not a romantasy. It's not a romance anymore. And so you're breaking down the story, the analysis, the genre, the subgenre, and then you are also looking at what's the cover trends,
Mm.
what are the similarities of the title? Are they using a pen name or are they using their real name? What are the tropes that are in here? That's selling to market. And the
Yep.
people that do that, they're making bank, but they're churning out those books. Is there heart and soul in them? I don't know. I don't know these people.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to assume. That's not my business. I'm minding my own business. It's a lot to assume that, they don't, um, all of them don't at least enjoy the genre. There
Mm.
are a couple that I've seen that have said, "Oh, I am a full-time writer and I don't like the genre that I write, but if I don't continue to do this, then I will not have a house." Okay.
Wow.
Well, maybe we're going to figure out how to get into a genre that you like so you're not crying at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Because now your whole life is based on writing a genre that's very popular, but you don't like it. But you're writing to sell. That's only happened twice. The
Mm.
other writers that I've seen that are that they're writing to sell,
Yeah.
they at least enjoy their genre, right? So they are enjoying the what they're writing. However, it's not original. So then you have a flood of books that are romantasy that they have the same. It's the cover trends, it's the cover trope,
Mm.
it's the trend, all
Yeah.
about trends. What's popular because it's selling. That's why it's right to sell. It's like it's hardcore. We're taking a long time to get this because I want seven figures, and I'm like, all right, good for you, I guess. But um,
Exactly.
if you can write that, I can't do that. That's not in me. I don't give a shit. Okay. But there are people that are driven in that way. Um, and that's entertainment. Like that kind of section, that's in their entertainment and they're also making bank. But their readers are enough readers are making that money for that author.
Yeah.
And why is it? Because they want to be entertained. Okay, so what's going on in the world where romanticy with shallow characters and a bunch of sex and a bunch of banter and fun, basically fun. Why is that selling so much? Because it's a dumpster fire. Okay. And they're barely making uh ends meet. And they just want to read some Fourth Wing because it's entertaining and they turn off their brain and they want some sexy time because they're not getting sexy time. Look, what I can't say that you shouldn't do that because for 5 months straight I've been at a huge stress level and I don't want to read it like literary fiction. No, I'm already having problems with stress. I don't need to have like a really depressing book. So there's that.
Well, and so first Jenny was saying about giving some of those authors too much credit, but then pity we can't all write as fast as Sanderson. Now here's the
Yeah.
funny thing,
Hmm.
and the you do you comment. Because other people, yes, are enjoying Fourth Wing, and Akatar, which is not a new series, is
Hmm.
back, and it's still a 10-week wait for book 4 in the series, because that's the last I'm reading. I don't care if she writes a book 5, but I need to know
Hmm.
about Nesta in book
That's a
4.
good book.
And I've been waiting for that one for 2 months now. So
Mm.
Akatar is still huge,
Oh yeah.
popular. But my happy time read is Wheel of Time because we're doing a group read. And granted, I still need to get to The Great Hunt and start it.
Hmm.
But I was having fun reading Obsidian Murders.
Hmm.
And I read The Keening because I knew I was having Margaret. And then I read Talendor's Guest because I knew I was having Chaz.
Yeah.
And then I had all the Celtophile reads. So I'm like, okay, I got to get those. Then I started the big pagan study. And while Genesis is still waiting because I started the Bible study. And I'm
Hmm.
like, okay, I got to get me back to Rand and that crowd.
Hmm.
'Cause, it's just, but it's interesting you mentioned about romanticy big right now, what's going on in the world. And with Night Shift in the front, King even mentions, and I mean, that was written decades ago, context matters. So he
Hmm.
was talking about the 1950s and all the werewolves and things, and you got to have an idea of what's going on in the world and what do people want to read. And it was funny because that concept also came up in one of the UFO books I read. Well, yeah, Roswell. It's by Rupert
Hmm.
Matthews, and it's just a great read. And in the back of it, he's got everything historically laid out, like the timelines and everything. But in that book, even he mentions, okay, you got to remember the year this happened. The war had just ended.
Hmm.
People were still freaking out about Russian spies and this and that and everything else. So, is it really a surprise there was this massive wave of UFOs being seen everywhere?
Hmm.
What's happened the next time that giant wave happened? And why was it such a big deal just a few years ago in the news when you hadn't heard anything about it for ages? And to
Yeah.
me, the other question comes up of what was this taking away from? Why did the government want people thinking about UFOs, and what was going on in the background that wasn't being reported that people needed to be aware of?
Hmm.
And I said that
Yeah.
all along. So people are all racing around for UFOs, and it's like, dude, you got an election coming up. How about you pull your head out of the sky for a little bit and see what's going on in your community? Oh,
Yeah.
look, the election's done. Now you're going to pay attention. You should have figured
Yeah.
out what the hell the word tariff meant before you did the ballot. Just
Hmm.
saying.
Yeah. And like for like I noticed things were not great because for a couple of years it was people were going really, really dark or really, really fluffy. I went
Yeah.
really, really dark. Hi.
You do you.
It
And
depends
I
on
love horror
people.
and ghost
Yeah.
stories. Those are my happy books.
Yeah. Yeah. So like and it also depends like what do you think is dark? Okay, everything when we talk about art is subjective and humans are really freaking complicated. So there are things that we can't just figure out in the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
But for some reason, even like not even well, especially with the internet when things just like pop off really, really fast. And trends
Yep.
go like up and down, where we going? Okay. Even like in person, I was noticing people that are not on the internet were reading things that were really, really dark or really, really fluffy. And it was like, oh shit. And so there were people that were like books that were kind of like in between, just like, like a regular historical fiction.
Yeah.
Um, Sales were going down for those, regular in between books, because it's not really dark or really fluffy.
So one
And so,
extreme to the other.
yeah, and I like my my books under my given name, they're not extreme in either direction. And I think maybe like the urban fantasy mystery leans at least a little extra on the fluffy side, even though it's, the mysteries and murders and all that stuff, but it's not gruesome, but there's a lot of like Buffy the Vampire Slayer was is a little darker than my books, but it was a lot of sarcasm and goodness involved and funny jokes, and there was
Yeah.
good, solid relationships. So that's what a lot of people are looking for, or they're looking for the darkness of like, well, shit, if I can't pay my bills, let's read about a demon, possessing a bunch of people. I don't give a shit. I'm just like, girl, I get it. But some people don't can't um yeah, like function in that way. They need like really, really fluffy things to make them feel better because they already feel bad. They don't want to make it more. I go on the like, yeah, let's go. Let's read some dark stuff.
The Omen. I
Yeah,
finally
'cause
reread that again.
yeah, because I've like I don't know, I've seen her been through too much stuff. It does like a story
Yeah.
is not gonna get me, okay, right? But though I was getting into some cozy fantasy, so there's that as well. But usually people don't mix; they usually go, extreme, on either side. And that like in like the fluffy, entertaining stuff also includes the dino erotica, like where we're okay. And just coming up with um weird stuff. Like people were trying to find weird stuff, and they found the the erotica kinks niches where there a lot of them aren't turned on by that, but they're trying to
Yeah.
read weird stuff to turn off their brain. So like the people that are actually turned on by balloons being popped, they're like, "What are you, get out? This is my niche. Get out." but people are reading the balloon popping erotica. And they're like, this is funny because they feel like their life is extremely unstable and they need something funny and like, and also kind of like a lot of them when they go, this is very specific, but they go into like the niches of kinks and they're like,
Mm,
how can people think that this is a turn on? Oh, I guess my life is better than someone who thinks um popping balloons with stilettos is a turn on. That's all they can, get off on.
yeah.
I've seen that as well. Sad. Okay, thank you. That's very much not the worst kink out there, but you're kink shaming the balloons and the stilettos. Okay. There's some worse things out there, and that would be dark romance. The dark romance is mixing the dark with the light, and they're just like,
Mm,
F that as well. There are no rules anymore. And dark romance is now really popular, and then some of it's just like, are you processing your emotions? I don't think you are. That's just if you need help, just reach out if you need some help because what you're saying here in your very public video is a little concerning. Okay, that's not fourth wing though. Like, yeah.
well, and Jenny, and I mean, we have this running joke. And Jenny, I can't remember. I don't think you've read it yet, but I know Kat, Noah, and Ven have, and we have very different opinions about it. But can't believe Yarrow's books, as popular as they are, butchered her language, Scottish, half-assed her
Hmm.
world building. Everyone's addicted. At least it's making new readers. And the funny thing with that too is there was a lot of that said when Harry Potter first came out. There was a big
Mm.
hoo-ha, and not because of Rowling, which now seems to be overtaking the books, but
Hmm.
there was a lot of concern, the wizards, the witches, all of that in her books, yada yada. They were big chunkers, but kids were reading them. I mean, I was
Hmm.
working with kids in grade 2 and 3 who'd read them. And those are like I'm looking at
Yeah.
them like, damn, no, I'm not reading a book that big. Like, forget it.
Hmm.
And I ended up reading them because, in order to have conversations with my students, I kind of needed to know
Hmm.
what these books were about. Um, and with Yarrows too, like I know for Noah, the bookworm, that was kind of his first fantasy book. So
Hmm.
he loved it and ate it up. For me, I've read so many different books that as I was reading it, I'm like, oh, here we are, Hunger Games. Oh, here we are, Divergent. Oh,
Hmm.
here we are with this and that. And I'm like, wow, no, I'm not liking this. And other than the last 130 pages, because hello, I was reading it for the dragons. I don't
Yeah.
care that Violet wanted to climb Xaden for three-quarters of the book. It interested me not in the least.
Yeah.
But the last 130 pages actually felt like a story, and we were getting
Mm.
into, okay, what's going on with the dragons and these Venin and this whole city and world and her mother forcing her into becoming a dragon rider. And but for me it was different because I mean, I've already read Wheel of Time, and I'll be honest, I don't care what color their buttons are, how long the dress is, or what particular shade of lavender whatever it is.
Hmm.
Ben, on the other hand, loves that stuff. I'm thinking there could be a few hundred pages less, but I
Yeah.
loved the world building and stuff in here. I just didn't need quite as much detail. But again, I mean, it goes to everyone likes different things. And
Hmm.
so it's awesome that all of that stuff is kind of out there and right, especially now. I mean, everyone's got to find what's going to work for them, whether it's just, to tune off their brain a bit or whether they want to look at some other things. And I mean, for myself, the whole Bible study pagan thing had nothing to do with the world going cray cray. It just happened to fall smack dab in a time where, yeah, being busy right now is good. Sitting twiddling my thumbs thinking, what's going to happen in the next hour? Not so much because,
Mm.
excuse me, anxiety and different things can go really fast from just thinking about it to, and now I got to do my grounding exercises because I'm getting just a little too panicky,
Yeah.
and, I think at this point, everyone's just trying to do the best they can one
Mm-hmm.
day at a time because to try and think too far past that is just really scary boo. Whether you live on either side of our borders or whether you're in Europe or anywhere on
Mm-hmm.
the planet right now, like there's just so many big things going on.
Yeah. 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 And so, yeah, I don't like maybe I'd check it like the Fourth Wing out at the library. Like I wouldn't buy it or anything, but like
Yeah,
I'm
I got
not
it
going.
through the library, thank goodness.
Yeah, like I'm not going into it thinking that it's going to be like a masterpiece or anything like that. I'm going
Mm,
into thinking, oh yeah, that's a fun, entertaining book that like it it was it's right to sell. I mean, because it has like a bunch of like really older but still popular books, like concepts, like
yep.
dragons always a big fun thing. Then we have like something that's like the Hunger Games-esque and something that's like the Divergent things-esque, and we've got the romance, and we've yeah. So like you smush it in, and yeah, it's really popular now. And there is something, at least in the United States, where the reading comprehension and the literacy rates have gone down. So there
Mm,
are publishers and writers that are saying to simplify stories and writing more. So then more people will hopefully pick up books,
yeah.
um, because yeah, they're not just this um, generation, but
Mm,
like more so like the more so the younger generations are not reading. Whole other problem. Okay, there's a problem there. But how do you then bring them in when, like, for example, maybe they're in 10th grade, but they're reading at an 8th grade level? Do we just continue? And this is like public, mainly traditionally published authors, really, and the publishing houses are thinking, okay, there's a problem here. What do we do? Do we, for certain books, not or like for certain authors, certain books, certain genres, what are we going to do about this literary literacy and reading comprehension problem? Because we can't fix it. We're not teachers. We're not like, so what
yeah.
do we lose money, or do we lower, the concepts of writing style and how to world build and blah blah blah. I mean that kind of sucks that we're at this point, but I do also see the argument for that. Do you want people to just not read because they can't understand because they've had a crappy, schooling? Like, yeah. I mean, I was even struggling with that when I was tutoring, because I could not recommend a lot of books to these
Mm,
students that were below grade level, but they're supposed to be, or they are in 10th grade, but they're reading at a 7th grade level.
yeah.
I'm not giving them the 10th grade. I'm not giving them the young adult books on I wasn't. Um some of them did, get up to that level, and then we're good there. And then
Yeah.
some there were a couple that were like, oh no, I want to try, you know, young adult. I'm like, good for you. But yeah, the majority of them were like, I don't have any confidence whatsoever. I know that I'm underperforming, like I can't read like a chapter book,
Mm.
right?
But see, how
So
much of that has to do with social media and these
yeah.
TikToks and Instagram and
Hmm.
Reels or whatever and YouTube Shorts is they're not being trained to have a big attention span. And
Yeah.
look at all the short forms in comments and things,
Hmm.
right? Like
Yeah.
comments and things. And I mean, I've done it sometime myself. But if all these kids are young adults, children are consuming social media, Facebook, TikTok, etc. posts, then it's no
Hmm.
wonder. I mean, something like this, well, if I was a kid, something like this would have scared the hell out of me.
Hmm.
I mean, it's funny because one of my grads had given me the Divergent series, which was
Hmm.
so sweet. It was all three, the box set. And I looked at the size of those books and I saw there's a book to explain the books. And I'm like,
Hmm.
and I love this gift. And this is going to sit on my shelf for a little while. Because, I
Hmm.
mean, I loved reading H.G. Wells and Jules Verne.
Yeah.
Um, they're small books, great stories, but I don't need to do weightlifting to read them. Right? And
Yeah.
then I ended up actually reading the books, which took me like maybe a day, day and a half a book because the print is so big.
Hmm.
And that's why, there was someone I was just watching the other day who was saying they talk about the number of words instead of the number of pages because it depends by the font. And I
Hmm.
mean, my Wheel of Time is a perfect example. Like, this is a
Oh
Torah
yeah.
mass
Mm.
publication, but for someone who's challenged with reading, that's brutal
Oh
because you can
yeah.
barely tell where one
Hmm.
page goes to the other, versus because yours has nice big print. I mean, this is a much easier read. There's nice big margins, the font is bigger, but again,
Yeah.
it's not a monster size book, but just so much fun and enjoyable to read. And I'm actually, although I still haven't done it, I'm still going to make a video of yes, guys, size matters. And
Hmm.
the thumbnail will say book size. But because it does to whether it's adults or young adults or kids, I mean, if you're going to put down a honking book in front of them, of course,
Yeah.
they're going to be resistant. And I know when I worked, I called them struggling or resistant readers because they had reading abilities. They just didn't have
Hmm.
the confidence. They weren't reading at home. They weren't reading things that interested them. And I always loved when, after working and working and working, they could read something out loud and you could just see their whole face light up because they were so proud. And the light went on
Yeah.
and you just watch them taking off, getting things from the school library or the public library or their, English classrooms, whatever. But you got to get to that point.
Hmm. Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's
yeah,
interesting that um well uh booktubers talk about this a lot, where the it's a lot of series instead of like standalones, and then like the series are chunky, but then it's also like, yeah, but it's simplified writing, like very simplified. So,
yeah,
excuse me. So it's like, yeah, so it's like I love standalones. Hi, I've written 3. Um, um, but I can. I think the interest also with series is that you have like the same characters and people connect with the characters even if the writing is not good, right? And they're trying to
Yep.
get the distraction and the connectivity to something, right? And when you have even a trilogy, well, now you can enjoy something for 3 books and it's
Yeah.
not hard, but it's like, ooh, it's 500 pages. So it feels like there's a lot of stuff going on. Um, does that mean that it's structurally a good story? That's up for debate. Okay. But yeah, I think the publishers and then even indie writers are just like, there's a lot of stuff going on in the internet and like not the best school system and not the best support system for many, many decades um, has resulted in a big shift for
Yeah.
books. And how do you like figure that out? Because like for like Penguin Publishing House, they
Mm.
can't fix the 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 problems with the school system not teaching the kids stuff, right? And they can't fix that the parents are not caring to set limits on screens. So like their kids are on their screens for 10 hours a day. Like,
Yeah.
but do you continue to publish like kind of like junk food books or like what? What are we doing? That's up to I think you have to really, as a writer, you have to stand firm for some things,
Mm.
you know? Um, and so like I'm not ever gonna write to sell. I'm not ever gonna write to market trend. That's not how I'm gonna do it. I'm not that type of person. But I'm gonna write to market as in what is an urban fantasy? Okay, that's going to be the urban fantasy, or else it's not an urban fantasy. It's something I don't know what it is,
Mm.
and that's an interesting uphill battle. And why I don't know. I wouldn't do that to myself. But then that goes into like, okay, so what are your goals as a writer? If you don't want to follow like just the basic expectations of epic fantasy, that's not an epic fantasy. You can't market it as an epic fantasy.
Right.
Okay, then what are you going to market it as? Well, like it's something. I don't even know what my book is. Okay, then is it a passion project? Because then you can market it as a passion project, and it would probably be better than saying this is an epic fantasy because
Right.
this is the expectations are this. You're not giving them that. So now that's why you have like 15 one-star reviews and people are pissed at you. So it's really all about what are your goals and what are your morals that you're going to stand on and you're not going to waver on.
Yeah.
Publishing houses want the money, so they'll do what they do. Um, and traditionally published writers can do some stuff, but they're under contract.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
so then the indie writers come in and they're like, okay, well, actually, I have more leeway than the trad publishing world. So where am I at and where are my goals? And what am I going to do with my legacy of writing? And like based on your decisions, that might not mean you're going to ever hit 7 figures.
Right.
Okay? Are you okay with that? Or are you not okay with that? And then, but are you okay with selling or writing to sell? Oh, you're not? Okay, then we need to adjust. Would $50,000 a year be good for you? It would be good for me. Thank you so much. But there
Yeah.
are people that say, no, that's not good enough for me. I want 70,000. Okay, then what are you going to do to earn the 70,000? But it's not right to sell, so you're not making 200,000, but you want
Right.
that 70,000. Maybe you write to market trend. I can't tell you. Okay. And that's like another, reason I'm like 90% book two, because it's so hard to give writing advice.
Mm,
or marketing and publishing advice, actually. Yeah, like those two things. It's hard for me because I I can talk you through like your goals and stuff, and then I can give you, help on that, but it is ultimately up to you. Um, and that's a hard thing to figure out. Like I know it would. I don't foresee seven figures because
mm,
I write to market, and there's also the thing of what Becca Syme has, like one of her archetypes, writer archetypes, is an island, which is me, where it's like you see the things happening around you, but if it goes against what you want to do,
mm.
you're not going to do it. So you're an island. I'm just here. I'm here. And then there's everyone else around me chasing after this, and that. But on my island, with my morals, I'm
Mm,
not going to do this, and this, and I'm going to write in this particular way. And
right,
at a certain point, I don't care what you think. I mean, if that means that I'm not making bank, I don't care. I can't break my morals for that. Um, and then that's kind of falls into the, now you're gonna change your expectations, because if you don't care about certain things, but other people want this specific trope, whatever, or
yeah.
these specific tropes, then you're not gonna get on that market, and then you're not gonna get $5,000 within 2 days of your launch, because everyone just like, ooh, I want that romantasy trope with the white shoes dragons. Like, that's not going to be me. And even like there's I think a lot of people think that the right to sell is really popular. It's not that like I've seen it, but not that many not that many indie writers, I should say,
Mm,
do that. It's really damn hard, because usually it's the publishing company or like an agent or an editor that's telling the writer, here's what's going on. Can you write it, or do you have it already?
right.
So that research is already done. That's a lot of research. Um, you see it a lot with lit RPG. That's one of the and like the readers, right? They're kind of not liking it, but for a long time, lit RPG was, if you want to make the seven figures, again, read the top 15, just basically copy what they're doing, and you will
Mm,
make seven figures. Now, it's kind of like, I don't like that it's not original, and so there's pushback on that. But
mm,
still, lit RPGs, they're like, a lot of people were saying, if you can handle all that research, and if you can
mm.
handle doing lit RPG, you're gonna make bank. Yeah.
Jenny, are you tempted to write for market, just for yourself as a writing experiment?
Uh, no, I don't really think in that way. I have like I have stories that I want to write, and then I just type it out. And then I'll change stuff afterwards to make it like more to market, because there are some times where I just go off the deep end because I'm doing, discovery writing, and it's just like, I don't know what happened there. Let me clean that up. And then it makes more sense. It's more to market standards, so on and so forth. But the genres that I'm have written in, currently writing in. Those are my genres that I prefer. I don't foresee other genres that I'm
Mm,
writing in. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of, oh, are you gonna write horror? Because I read horror all the time, and I'm like, no, because it wouldn't be a horror novel, because my main character, at the start, there's like weird noises going on, and someone, tries to break in. She has a gun in her house, and just shoot the person, and then goodbye. The story is not. There's no story. That's it.
yeah.
That's not a horror novel. So
It'd be a short one.
this is what
Excuse
happens
me.
to not have a horror story. But like I physically could not write the horror expectations
Mm,
because it just pisses me off. Right? As I'm like that's also like part of the entertaining part for me personally for
right.
horror is where it's like, oh, you're gonna die. Are you gonna fix this in some way or what? What are we doing here? Oh no. Okay, you've lost a leg. What's going on here? Oh well, you survived, but you could have made better choices. So there are a lot of genres where I'm like, I can't bring myself to write that because it's not what I would want to do. Or like, yeah, it's funny where I can write, or like I can read, like I love horror and all that stuff. I can't write it because then, like a lot of the books are like within the standards, but like they match up to what I would do as well.
Mm,
Interesting. Interesting how that works with my brain sometimes. But yeah, um yeah, like with I don't know if it I guess it's a sport, whatever. There's like one part with Tessa um in Obsidian Murders where there's that hobgoblin and she uses pepper spray on it. Yeah, she's being proactive in
right.
using her pepper spray. That would be yeah. That like I wouldn't scream and like, oh my god, Bloodsworth. Oh my god, help me. No, just pepper spray the crap out of that hobgoblin. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't do that. Um, but like in a horror novel,
Mm,
it would probably be like, oh my god, help me. I can't. I can't. Just pepper spray them or just shank them. You gotta do something proactive. There's a lot of helplessness in horrors. That's the point. I get it, but I can't. I can't write that. I would be like, I would just be struggling so hard. Like, and she screamed. Period. I can't. And then she beat the shit out of him. No.
and see, and that's an excellent point that I hadn't really thought of. I mean, I have in terms of movies because it pisses me off when they always head up the stairs. It's
Oh my
like,
gosh.
have
Yeah.
you not seen a horror movie? You never
Yeah.
go upstairs. And every time they do. But it's funny, until you said that, I hadn't really thought of in terms of a horror novel. But yeah, they don't quickly do anything because that
Mm-hmm.
would be the end of the
Mm-hmm.
story.
Yeah.
Actually, and I'm not going to give a spoiler because you haven't read Fourth Wing yet, but
Mm-hmm.
there is a scene early on, and Violet could have made things go very differently, very quick.
Mm-hmm.
And Kat keeps going, she should have done that. I'm like, Kat, if she did that, the book would have been 300 pages shorter. Like,
Right.
she
Yeah.
couldn't do it then because there's all these other events. And it's
Mm-hmm.
for exactly what you're saying is if that happens, especially quicker in the first part of some of these genres, the rest of the story is pretty much done. Because once you
Yeah.
kick the shit out of the big bad, well, then you do supernatural. You have
Yeah.
the apocalypse and get like 10
Hmm.
more seasons out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, come on. How many times can we have the apocalypse? Seriously. You're nice eye
Yeah.
candy, but let's get a story going here at some
Hmm.
point, guys.
Yeah. So there is the art of storytelling. There's craft. There are beats. There are,
Yeah.
expectations and things like that. So there is actually a story and not just like a scene.
Yep,
Um,
exactly.
and I know that like that does annoy people. It like annoys me as well. It's like, why are you going up the stairs? But then if they didn't go up the stairs, then there would not be another hour. Okay, and then they would have to come up with another story. But then like the
Yeah.
story, oh, we're going down the stairs. Okay, so we just instead of going up the stairs, we're going down the stairs. It's the same damn thing. Okay, great. We just get on with it. When they're like, but it's like going up the stairs, like running up the stairs in a horror novel to get away from the big bad is a trope. Now it's a cliche because it's been done so many times, people don't like it anymore. The difference between a trope and a cliche is that a trope is really just things that happen and
Mm,
that move. It doesn't even really need to move the story forward because some books don't have that going for them. But let's just say, for posterity's sake, that a trope is something that moves the story forward in some way or another, or it moves the character forward in some way or another, and it's just living your life. And
mm,
there's a lot of people that are like, no, tropes are has nothing to do with real life. Okay, secret baby. People say that that's not a thing. Ma'am, there are so many instances in my, not me personally, but like that I've heard about secret babies. It's real life. And then what's the drama around the secret baby?
mm.
So what is like, or like the trope of an orphan. Obviously orphans are real, okay? But then people are like, oh, well, like this and this wouldn't happen. Girl, you don't know. Like you're assuming
Yeah.
a lot. And then even like the magical stuff, the chosen one. Okay, what about a person like there's no magic. Okay, I don't shoot fire out of my hand, so I can't save a magical realm. But chosen one. What about the firefighter that chooses to go into the building when no one else is going into that building to save a person? He's technically the chosen one. He is chosen. And then you have that whole the trope within the trope of the chosen one, where the chosen one doesn't want to um, be the chosen one at first, but then things
Mm,
happen, and then it's inspired to be the chosen one. I've taken up the mantle. That would be like, okay, the firefighter doesn't want to go in because they can see the roof collapsing, but then they hear a scream from the first floor, and then people over here are saying, "Oh my God, you've got to go in. You're a firefighter. What are you doing?" And then I have chosen to be the chosen one. I'm going to go in, even if that means that I might get hurt or die. It's it is the tropes are real life situations that do happen all the time. It's just you're not thinking about tropes in a story way. And then
right.
when you have a trope that is overused just like over and over again with no originality, then that becomes a cliche. You can see like the dumb blonde. The dumb
Mm,
blonde used to be a trope. Now it's a cliche. Legally Blonde changed that because the dumb blonde Elle Woods is kind. She's actually smart.
yeah.
Yes, she is obsessed with fashion and, colors and all that stuff, but she's not shallow and she's not a mean girl. So
Yeah.
now that dumb blonde is legally blonde, that's not a cliche anymore. That is a new dumb blonde take on the trope. So now it's,
Mm,
in that context at least, is now it's not a cliche, it's a new version ish of a very popular trope that people were sick and tired of. But Reese Witherspoon was really, really smart, and she said, "Okay, how can we flip this trope and still keep the fashionista, the sassy, the girly girl, feminine part of it, but get rid of the nastiness
Yeah,
and Legally Blonde. Classic. It's a classic.
it is. It is. We're up to 4 hours.
Oh, what's going on? Hey, everyone. Thanks for joining and sticking around. I don't know how many people are sticking around, but we love you for it.
We certainly do. And I know a few people have popped in and said they'll be catching up on rewatch. They've popped in, they've popped out. But yeah, I just looked up and went, my room's looking a bit darker. And then I looked up and I'm like, and we're at 4 hours. I can't believe it. See, good thing I asked if you if you needed to pop out. And I hate to cut you off because this has been so much fun and so fascinating. We've covered Obsidian Murders, Celtophile, Fixing the World, our own issues.
Yes.
Writing books.
Yeah. Well, I think this is another thing about human beings. It's really interesting. We have the extreme of people can only, take in like 15 seconds and like they're obsessed with TikTok and all that stuff. But then there's a huge thing of like they want really long conversations, and like really long podcasts are have been trending up for like about 2 years. So like we're in that sphere. We're at 4 hours. This is it, people. We're hitting a niche.
Dave will be going, how dare you? This is Gareth and my thing. I don't think any of theirs are below maybe 3 hours. I don't know if they all go 4 hours or not, though.
You beat them. Yeah, that's good, though. Because they can always be like, hey, Nicole, can we go for 4.5? And I'm like, sure. I might need a potty break. But we can go for 4.5, 5. You want to go for 5.5? Well, we might need to do that on a Saturday, okay?
Well, right now you're tied for the Boxing Day live stream. And I think Ven and I, and when Ven, Kat, and Noah and I were talking Fourth Wing and Akatar, we might have gotten close to 4 hours. See, I tell you, I can babble. And it's always awesome because the time just flies. Yep. Like until I looked up, I wouldn't have said it was 4 hours, but this has been so much fun.
Yes.
And thank you so much. And thank you so much to everyone who's in the chat room. And I hate to cut Nicole off, but we're going to have to go.
Yes.
I agree with Jenny.
Says it.
You just need a good yap.
That's a great ending. Sometimes you need a good yap. And that's 4 hours long. Okay. We didn't even bring in like sangria. But that can be next time.
There we go. And there will definitely be a next time. This has been so much fun. So I'm going to hit the end stream. We're going to wave and say